for Hamas told the Associated Press on Wednesday today that Hamas would hand over the bodies of 4 Israelis the next day. Now, in exchange, Israel would release the Palestinian prisoners as well as an unspecified number of women and minors detained since the militant group's October 7, 2023 attack on Israel that sparked this entire conflict. An Israeli official did confirm that the bodies of 4 hostages were expected to be turned over, but provided no further details. The official spoke on condition of being anonymous because they were not authorized to speak with the media. If we look back in recent days, Israel and Hamas had already said Tuesday that an agreement had been reached to return the bodies of hostages, but no date has been announced. So again, this announced on this Wednesday, the release of the hostages set to happen on Thursday, which will be later today, their time. Of course, we will continue to follow the very latest of this breaking news right here on Live Now from Fox. And as we do discuss the very latest, I want to transition and give you a look from earlier this morning. You're taking a look at the funeral procession as a funeral is being held today for hostages Shiri Bibas and her 2 young boys. This is video we got in from the Associated Press out in Israel on this Wednesday, an aerial view, as you can see the caravan of the bodies being brought in. And we actually have a live look at the funeral on this Wednesday, giving you a live look there. Comments not being held in English, but of course, giving you that live look as we continue to share compelling coverage. Of course, as we do so, make sure to stay tuned right here to Live Now from Fox. 6:01 here on the East Coast. We do want to transition to your political headlines right now, giving you a live look at the White House on this Wednesday. We do know that today President Donald Trump is set to hold his first cabinet meeting. We're hearing from several reputable media outlets that Elon Musk is expected to attend. As we further discuss this headline, we're actually conducting a poll this morning that I want to share with you to get your thoughts. Take a look. President Donald Trump holding his first cabinet meeting today. Which topic is most important to you? A few topics to choose from, thanks to my producer, Markima. We have the economy, war in Ukraine, DOGE checks, government spending, and illegal immigration. All you have to do is scan that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. As we further discuss this anticipated event, we want to bring into the conversation Republican strategist Jeanette Hoffman. Jeanette, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Always a pleasure, as I just said. So let's set the stage for this, Jeanette. You saw several options of what could be discussed. What are you hearing on the political world? Why is this meeting so important for the Trump presidency?
Well, this is the first cabinet meeting of the Trump administration, and President Trump is on pace to confirm the most cabinet members on record. At this time, during the Biden administration, only 7 cabinet members were confirmed. President Trump is up to 18. That's more than President Biden, more than President Obama. There's still only maybe a handful of cabinet members that need to be confirmed, but he has pretty much a full cabinet in place. This is the first time they will be meeting, and there are a lot of issues on their plate. As the poll just said, there's DOGE, there's war in Ukraine that the president is eager to come to an end. There's the economy, which looms so large for so many Americans, the price of groceries, the price of eggs, as we've always talked about, inflation. Those are things that are very important. So, Elon Musk has been invited to this cabinet meeting as a senior advisor to the president. He is not a cabinet official himself, but it has been said that he's looking to work with these cabinet officials to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. And he will obviously need all of their cooperations if he's going to do so. So I think that is going to be one of the first orders of business in this important cabinet meeting.
Yeah, Jeanette, you raise a great point. He's not an official cabinet member, more as an advisor. But we know with all of the back and forth as it relates to DOGE that Elon Musk does have some pull, for lack of better words, especially being in close proximity with President Donald Trump. How does this differ from other Republican administrations?
Well, I think every administration, Republican or Democrat, is going to have their close set of senior advisors to the president. President Trump has put his full faith in Elon Musk. Elon Musk is an unusual character to be in the White House, as everyone would say, right? He's probably one of the most richest people on the planet. He's a billionaire. He owns X, he owns SpaceX, all these kinds of things. So it's quite unusual that he would take a position in the White House as a senior advisor, but he is committed to DOGE, to cutting waste, fraud, and abuse from our government. And that's something most Americans support. I think a recent Harvard-Harris poll says it's up to 60% or 70% people support DOGE and the efforts to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. But, he's not without controversy. He sent an email over the weekend that people are talking about to federal employees. Please list 5 bullet points of what you did this week. And if you don't, you may be dismissed by your department head. That was a little controversial because most cabinet members and department heads did not know that email was going out. And some departments where there's classified information like intelligence and Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense, their employees simply cannot give out that information. So Elon Musk's tactics are not without question. He kind of takes some of the shots for President Trump, and in some ways that can be a good thing politically because President Trump doesn't have to take that heat for DOGE and for cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, even though it's times, it's controversial. It's what most Americans want from federal government right now.
And Jeanette, we know for many voters, they look at this first official cabinet meeting as setting the stage of the president's first month in office. Now we are in February, so transitioning to part of the second month. From here, what's next? What do officials and leadership do from this meeting to propel to making laws, making changes on Capitol Hill?
Well, there's a number of things on their plates. The U.S. Department of Education cabinet member still needs to be confirmed, Linda McMahon. But then these cabinet members need to go back to their respective departments and first work with their Elon Musk or their department heads and figure out if there's waste, fraud, and abuse and how their department's going to run and really streamline those functions of government as they've been tasked with by President Trump and with the American people in voting for a more streamlined form of government to save taxpayers money and really get our government running better. But there's a lot of issues, depending on the department of what President Trump wants to tackle right now. We talked about him. The economy, I would think, is number one. Obviously, war in Ukraine is very important, too. And then, just the everyday business of government, depending on each and every department. And I think that's going to look a lot different from the Biden administration. Obviously, immigration is on the top of everybody's list. So Homeland Security has a very important job. The Department of Defense is going to be a lot different than it was under the Biden administration. So I think you're going to see in this cabinet meeting a reshaping of federal government and a retasking of these cabinet members of what their job is going to look like under the Trump administration.
Jeanette Hoffman, thank you so much for your perspective and dialogue this morning. Again, setting the stage for this anticipated event. President Donald Trump set to hold his first official cabinet meeting today, which we will have right here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. And as we further discuss this, Jeanette put it blatant. She said for many Americans, the economy and illegal immigration is top of mind. And hey, that's reflected with this poll that we're sharing with you on this Wednesday. Take a look. We're asking you, which topic is most important to you as President Donald Trump holds his first cabinet meeting today? Neck and neck, we see government spending, illegal immigration, and the economy top of mind for many Americans this morning. That's followed by DOGE checks and then the war in Ukraine. We'll continue to follow this story throughout the morning here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be getting more later on with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader. And then looking ahead, we know that cabinet meeting is slated for 11 o'clock this morning Eastern time. So make sure to put that on your schedules. As we further discuss this, I want to take you back out to the White House this morning, giving you a live look at the White House here at 6:08 on the East Coast. And as we talk about coverage of this event, the way President Donald Trump's activities will be covered by the media are getting a makeover. That's according to White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. She's breaking down the press pool shakeup. Fox News' Ted Linder joins us now with the latest.
Well, there's multiple ways to access different news outlets and their coverage of all things President Trump.
This administration is shaking up Washington in more ways than one.
The White House says Americans should expect a shakeup when it comes to which organizations will make up the presidential press pool, a group of rotating journalists who report on Trump's everyday ventures.
We want more outlets and new outlets to have a chance to take part in the press pool.
Going forward, the White House says its officials will now be the ones deciding which media agencies will have access to the commander-in-chief. The move breaking away from traditional operations.
For decades, a group of D.C.-based journalists, the White House Correspondents Association, has long dictated which journalists get to ask questions of the President of the United States in these most intimate spaces. Not anymore.
The press pool is typically made up of reporters from larger legacy media outlets who share the news they witnessed with hundreds of other platforms.
Legacy outlets who have participated in the press pool for decades will still be allowed to join, fear not, but we will also be offering the privilege to well-deserving outlets who have never been allowed to share in this awesome responsibility.
The White House says this move will let new players, like streaming services, digital sites, and podcasts, help modernize the pool.
A select group of D.C.-based journalists should no longer have a monopoly over the privilege of press access at the White House.
Meanwhile, some free speech advocates fear this strategy could let the White House shut out certain reporters if they don't approve of their coverage. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
All right, Ted, thank you so much for that detailed report, giving you a look at the White House's page on X. This coming from the White House press secretary. It says, quote, as you all know, for decades, a group of D.C.-based journalists, the White House Correspondents Association, has long dictated which journalists get to ask questions of the President of the United States in these most intimate spaces. Not anymore. Moving forward, the White House press pool will be determined by the White House press team. Again, that quote coming from the White House. A lot of eyes on this, as again, we are keeping a close eye on this cabinet meeting slated today for 11 a.m. Eastern time. President Donald Trump expected to hold his first cabinet meeting of his second administration. And again, we continue to get your responses to our poll on this Wednesday. Which topic is most important to you? Government spending, top of mind for most of you, followed by the economy, illegal immigration, DOGE checks, and the war in Ukraine. If you haven't made your selection, all you have to do is go to livenowfox.com/connect or simply scan that QR code on your screen. 6:12 here on the East Coast. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, continuing with your breaking news headlines, it takes us out to Rome, giving you a live look outside of Gemelli Hospital. We'll have the latest from Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen when we come back. 6:14 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in, taking you out to Rome. As promised, giving you a live look outside of Gemelli Hospital where Pope Francis is at this hour. You can see how people are flocking to this area to give Pope Francis well wishes. They're holding moments of silence there in front of that monument and even leaving some nice foliage. You can see some beautiful red flowers there as well. We are learning this morning that rest and recovery are the focus for 88-year-old Pope Francis, still battling severe health issues and serving the longest time in the hospital since he became Pope. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen has more from Rome on the Pope's latest condition.
After another night of rest, there is a sense of cautious optimism for Pope Francis. The Holy Father is still in critical condition, but the Vatican says new test results do show signs of slight improvement. People around the world continue to pray for his recovery. Rosaries in hand, hundreds filled St. Peter's Square Tuesday night to pray for Pope Francis, who remains in critical but stable condition in Rome's Gemelli Hospital. The 88-year-old pontiff had a follow-up CT scan Tuesday. He's still battling double pneumonia. The Vatican says the Holy Father has not experienced any new severe respiratory episodes, and his blood parameters are still stable. Francis was even well enough to approve a decree for a possible new saint, a U.S. Army chaplain during World War II.
We knew that his lungs were always delicate. That's why we always prayed for him.
Those close to Pope Francis have been sharing intimate details about his life. His tailor, who worked for 2 other popes, says Francis's wardrobe choices flipped the script.
Francis immediately went on a very much softer, very much lighter, simpler, and essential style.
The shop owner behind the Pope's favorite ice cream is revealing his favorite flavors.
The first flavor that he always took was dulce de leche, which is the typical Argentinian flavor, then always lemon and mango.
The Vatican and the Pope's doctors are still guarded when it comes to an official prognosis. In Rome, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we further break out the very latest regarding Pope Francis and his health, this coming in on this Wednesday, a statement from the Holy See press office provided by Vatican News on X. It says, quote, Pope Francis had a quiet night and is resting on Wednesday morning. As of Tuesday evening, the Pope's clinical condition remains critical but stable, noting he has not had any further acute respiratory crisis. Again, giving you a live look outside of Gemelli Hospital. This is a different angle than the one I showed you of the monument. If we could continue to follow and see, you can see that law enforcement, they have been in and around the area as people have come in to try to actually lay and get next to Pope Francis's side. So we will continue to monitor this feed and provide the latest updates right here on Live Now from Fox. 6:18, let's take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your top stories and headlines on this Wednesday morning, I want you to take a look as Secretary Marco Rubio put this out on X just hours ago, saying, quote, solving problems requires real leadership. The UN Security Council's historic resolution towards peace for Ukraine and Russia was an important step. We are committed to ending this conflict and restoring the UN's core mission, maintaining international peace and security, end quote. That coming from Secretary Rubio. And as we discuss the United Nations and that maintenance of international peace and security, a live event underway out in Geneva, Switzerland, as the United Nations Human Rights Council, they do continue and resume their 58th session this Wednesday morning. Let's watch and listen in. I'll also make sure to pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following on this Wednesday.
Of the 58th session of the Human Rights Council. We will now continue with the high-level segment. As the first speaker, I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency M. Emil Huruzianu, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania. You have the floor, Excellency.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Haut-Commissaire.
Mr. President, Commissioner of Human Rights, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am here before you today supporting the universality of human rights at a time when there is a backsliding and revisionism. The world around us is a very unpeaceful stage, one that cannot tolerate any dissonance with human rights. I must then address to you with a message to support intangible values that arise from our shared history. We're going through a period characterized by overlapping crises that jeopardize democracy and make human rights fragile. Retrogression of fundamental rights, the increased use of hate speech, mean that we need urgent collective responses. To face these challenges, we must defend our traditional universal values and recall that dignity is not relative or regional. They don't have geographic limitations. They're not just the purview of Western countries. It's a message for all, whatever their history or their cultural heritage may be. We must work towards striking an international balance that can strengthen our shared values. We must go beyond political statements and have dialogues to find solutions. This means constant engagement for dialogue, for cooperation, and transparency. This is where we can strengthen the Council and ensure that its work remains relevant, credible, and effective.
We stand at a critical crossroads. The world is witnessing an alarming erosion of human rights, deepened by armed conflicts, democratic backsliding, and humanitarian crisis. The very principles we uphold in this forum, universality, impartiality, and accountability, are being tested like never before. Nevertheless, there is no alternative to multilateralism. It remains the key to solving global problems. And I would like to quote the Secretary General, who said that human rights are the constant in addressing these problems and in the search of solutions. Romania has a long-standing tradition and strong attachment to multilateral diplomacy. We take great pride in being a member of this Council and one of its vice presidents, and we seek to encourage partnerships across regions, meaningful dialogue, and a principled approach to human rights. We believe in political cooperation and intercultural understanding, with the underlying philosophy that difference does not exclude dialogue. We see this Council as a venue to defend the great causes of this century. Women's rights, the right to a healthy environment, freedom of expression, protection of human rights defenders, reigning in the digital world, putting an end to impunity. We want to work with all partners to foster democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, to protect and promote human rights of women and girls, to counter discrimination, xenophobia, racism, and anti-Semitism, and to enable freedom of expression. This session, we will put forward a resolution that reinforces the link between the education of our citizens and the strength of our democracies, with the trust that the Forum on Human Rights, Democracy and Rule of Law of next year will allow for inclusive exchanges that will help strengthen the resilience of our democratic societies. We make it a priority to support the High Commissioner and his office to be independent and effective, to work to prevent human rights violations and to secure respect for all human rights. We'll continue to defend all special procedures and mandates and independent monitoring missions that seek to bring truth and justice, redress and remedy to the victims. Finally, we'll support the President this year in all his endeavors to strengthen the Human Rights Council, to make it more efficient, effective, less polarized, and more prone to dialogue.
Dear colleagues, as we recently saw the third anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, I would like to restate our support to the independence, territorial integrity, and sovereignty of Ukraine within internationally recognized borders. We must work together to underscore the great value of protecting human rights in Ukraine through a future peace. We would like to convey our deep concern given the ongoing severe violations of human rights documented by the Independent International Inquiry Commission on Ukraine. The work of independent experts is further proof of the cynical contempt that Russia has for human rights, rights that we are here to defend. No effort should be spared in order to ensure that those responsible for the crimes perpetrated by the Russian Federation in Ukraine are held accountable and that the many victims have reparations. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Now I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jose Manuel Alvarez Bueno, Minister for Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of Spain. You have the floor, Excellency.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Mr. President. High Commissioner, as we look towards the 80th anniversary of the creation of human rights, Spain takes on its membership fully aware of the critical moment that we are living and our responsibility to defend and protect human rights as an essential pillar of peace, of justice, and democracy. At a time where these values are being challenged and at times openly under attack. And it is, in fact, before these threats that we must build bridges and to stand strong by our values, for only through dialogue and cooperation will we be able to build a more fair world with greater dignity, which is why multilateralism continues to be the most fitting tool. This Council has been and shall continue to be the voice of the victims, of people that defend human rights, to whom I would like to convey my solidarity and that of the people of Spain. Never before has it been so important to underscore the prevention work of the Council and to support its work and its independence, that of the Office of the High Commissioner. There will also be no justice without the participation of women who should participate fully in the taking of decisions. And we will not have it either with the unbearable violence exerted on women and girls, violence that we will always be against. We are convinced that the participation of women in multilateralism is a goal about fairness and about representation, and global governance must hinge on that, which is why the foreign policy of Spain is a feminist one, and we are strongly committed to the rights of women and girls across the world. We will continue to raise our voice, especially to condemn the unacceptable situation of women and girls in Afghanistan. We reiterate with equal conviction our determination to continue to combat all types of discrimination, particularly those who suffer persecution due to their sexual orientation or their gender identity. We would also like to promote and protect the rights of persons with disabilities so that they can live as full citizens. The National Human Rights Plan of Spain includes, among its numerous priorities, the promotion of the rights of persons with disabilities by implementing the International Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And for that, we have the Spanish Strategy on Disability, which is in force and will remain so until 2030. Among our priorities, we also have the promotion and protection of the right to health, to drinking water, to sanitation, to food, and to a safe environment, and the promotion of environmental sustainability with social justice. We also reiterate the need to guarantee accountability, and we provide our unwavering support to the International Criminal Court and our support as well to the mechanisms created by this council that seek to provide what is the most basic, the recognition of truth, preservation of memory, justice, and reparation for all victims. Spain will continue to work with a coherent foreign policy that is Spain's representation based on human rights, and we will continue to ask for it to be enforced with the same level of conviction in Ukraine, in Gaza, and in Sudan. Spain is convinced that the implementation of a two-state solution is the only way to move towards a fair, long-lasting peace in the Middle East, for only a viable, contiguous Palestine state with recognized borders that includes Gaza, with East Jerusalem as its capital, will be able to guarantee the legitimate concerns of Palestinians, Israelis, and all the peoples in the Middle East. This calls for a viable Palestinian state, one that can exercise its duties, internationally recognized, that gives the Palestinian people dignity. They cannot be condemned to being people that are perpetual refugees. We recognize and support the action of the United Nations, and particularly UNRWA, in providing vital, indispensable assistance to millions of Palestinians throughout the world, and particularly in the humanitarian disaster in Gaza. Spain also supports the government and the people of Ukraine. Last Monday, when we commemorated the unjustifiable third year of the Russian aggression, the president of the government visited Kiev, and along with President Zelensky and other European dignitaries, he spoke about a new aid package from Spain to Ukraine of 1 billion euros. There could be no fair peace there without Ukraine, and there can be no credible security guarantee for Europe without Europeans. Spain calls on the belligerent parties in the conflict in Sudan to strictly follow international humanitarian law and the protection of civilians, the protection of the humanitarian personnel, and that they allow for the free flow of humanitarian assistance, including Spain's humanitarian aid. Spain, next April, will submit to the Universal Periodic Review, where we will be outlining our policies and listen to recommendations to move forward in the recognition of civil and political rights and the economic, social, and cultural rights. Without that, there will be no conditions for a life in dignity. And we look forward to having the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, which we are organizing this year in Spain and Sevilla. We hope that it will provide a decisive contribution to reducing the finance gap for the 2030 agenda. Mr. President, High Commissioner, delegates, the Human Rights Council is the space for cooperation and multilateralism, where they are seen as tools for peace and progress. And you can rely on the full support of Spain, the Spanish people, the Spanish government. We reject attempts to try to tarnish its actions by seeking shelter in a biased interpretation of the United Nations Charter. The equal dignity of all people and human rights are part of a vision of a world in peace and a fair world. Let us all work together to make this promise a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Now I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mawaya Osman Mohammed Khair Mohammed Ahmed, the Minister of Justice of the Sudan. You have the floor, Excellency.
President, we wish to congratulate you on your assumption of the presidency of the Council in this session 58, and we congratulate members of the Bureau. We trust your ability to conduct your mandate and the mandate of the Council. President, this session is convened almost 2 years since the SRF started its rebellion and war against the people of the state of Sudan, its institutions and its infrastructure, after it failed to take power by the sheer force of arms. This led to violations of international human rights by this terrorist militia, which still receives all kinds of military support. It receives weapons, equipment, and mercenaries by its sponsors. It conducts proxy war, which targets resources and land of Sudan. If the war of the militia stops, violations will stop. The war was prolonged because it has been mischaracterized as a mere struggle for power between the two parties, ignoring that it is a full-fledged rebellion by a militia that has a long history of committing atrocities and violations. This grave mischaracterization gave the militia the green light to perpetrate massacres and acts of terror and to destroy public facilities while targeting civilians and methodologically displacing them. President, Sudanese armed forces, with the support of Sudanese people, is achieving progress in defeating the militia and restoring security and stability nationwide. And the President of the Sovereignty Council has outlined a roadmap for the transitional period that features a national dialogue which excludes no one, the formation of a government of technocrats to oversee the transitional period and lead to holding a free and transparent election with international and regional supervision. This election will allow Sudanese to choose the rulers. The transitional legislative power has authorized the necessary constitutional amendments to achieve the goals of the transition. President, Sudan's focus is to end the war and the rebellion, restore stability and peace. However, this is not a reason for us to forget the plight of the Palestinians in Gaza, as well as the genuine challenges facing multilateralism with regards to dealing with climate change as a source of crises and lack of food security, displacement, refugees. Finding reasons for root causes of conflicts means providing humanitarian support and development support and capacity building. In closing, our government, together with human rights mechanisms, are well known. This is about a cooperation that reflects our commitment to the development of human rights in our country, where the militia has committed these unprecedented atrocities. The Commission of Inquiry in violation of national law and IHL and the Committee for the International Prosecution of RSF and its leaders, all of these are intending to ensure redress for the victims and hold perpetrators accountable and prevent impunity. We will further cooperate through our HCHR office in Sudan. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Excellency. Now I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Andreas S. Kakouris, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Cyprus. You have the floor, Excellency.
Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, it is a privilege and honor to address you today for the first time as a member of the Human Rights Council and voice our commitment to upholding the responsibilities and duty that come with this role, to safeguard the universality, indivisibility, interdependence and interrelatedness of all human rights, the very principles that shape our shared humanity. Today, we face a world of fragmentation and polarization, the undermining of democracy, pluralism and freedom of expression, the misuse and abuse of technology, the increasing phenomena of gender inequality and violence against vulnerable groups, the impact of climate change on the ability to enjoy human rights, and certainly the multitude of geopolitical challenges. As 2025 marks 3 years since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we continue to emphasize the need for intensified and coordinated diplomatic efforts aimed at achieving a negotiated settlement to end the war. We reiterate our support for the sovereignty, independence and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. In Georgia, backsliding in the areas of democracy, rule of law and fundamental rights continue, and we are alarmed by the worsening situation in the eastern part of the DRC and the escalating humanitarian crisis in Sudan, where grave human rights violations, including sexual violence, continue to unfold. Cyprus will continue to support a sustainable and lasting peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan, based on the principles of sovereignty, the inviolability of borders and territorial integrity. And we take note of the deployment of 2 teams of the Office of the High Commissioner in Armenia and call on the office to remain seized of the matter. Mr. Vice President, the immediate neighbourhood of Cyprus and the Eastern Mediterranean continues to be affected by upheaval and violations of human rights, but also glimmers of hope. The fall of the Assad regime triggered a series of developments in Syria. What we all wish for is a safe future for all Syrian people by restoring justice and ensuring accountability.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. On the left side of your screen, we are live in Geneva, Switzerland, as the United Nations Human Rights Council, they resumed their 58th session this Wednesday morning. Several topics discussed, ranging from Ukraine, Russia, to also NATO. On the right side of your screen, other top stories we're following. Breaking news, as we're learning from the Associated Press, Hamas is set to release 4 hostage bodies Thursday, giving you a live look out in Gaza. Again, they did say later today, as you know, there is a time change, so their Thursday would be late on this Wednesday evening. We're also keeping a close eye in Rome, Vatican City as well, as Pope Francis remains in critical condition, giving you a live look outside of Gemelli Hospital. 6:43 here on the East Coast. We're going to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading out to the Sunshine State of Florida, giving you a live look there. Downtown Orlando skyline, very beautiful on this Wednesday. We'll be checking in with Fox 35 Orlando's Morgan Parrish, learning more about Congressman Byron Donalds' run for Florida governor. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your Wednesday story headlines. Our next story takes us out to the Sunshine State of Florida as we now have the first big name to officially announce a run for Florida governor next year. Congressman Byron Donalds says he wants to be Governor Ron DeSantis' successor. Fox 35 Orlando's Morgan Parrish joining us live this morning. Morgan, good morning to you. We're learning this happened not long after a big endorsement.
Good morning. That's right. Yes. So Donalds announced these plans during an interview during Fox News' Hannity last night, and he has that endorsement from President Donald Trump. So Donald says that he plans to focus on issues like lowering insurance costs, expanding cryptocurrency, and preserving the Everglades. He served in the state house before winning a seat in the U.S. House back in 2020, and he also was previously considered for House Speaker.
I have a long history in the conservative movement, and I have one of the strongest conservative records, both in the State House and up here in Congress, that proves that I will not let you down, that all of the victories and the successes that Florida has been able to accomplish, we're only going to take that and build upon it. We're going to continue to be the freest state and the best state going forward.
Now, this could cause other possible Republican contenders to announce. Rumored names include former Rep. Matt Gaetz and Florida Agriculture Commissioner Wilton Simpson, but it still remains unclear whether Casey DeSantis, Governor Ron DeSantis' wife, will enter the race, as the governor has hinted at her potential candidacy.
She's somebody that has, I think, the intestinal fortitude and the dedication to conservative principles that anything we've accomplished, she'd be able to take to the next level.
And according to recent polling from the University of North Florida, out of the more than 800 people polled, Casey DeSantis actually had a 30% favorability rating. Moody had a 20% rating, followed by Gaetz, Donalds, and Simpson. And if elected, Donalds will become the first black governor of Florida. Of course, it will be so interesting to see how all this pans out. Of course, to see if Casey is up running. Of course, we're going to keep a close eye on this and continue to keep you guys updated as well as soon as we learn more. For now, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Morgan Parrish with Fox 35 Orlando, always a pleasure. And as you just mentioned, Morgan, will definitely be interesting to see how this plays out. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you. And as we further discuss this story, I want you to take a good look at your screen. As Morgan mentioned, President Donald Trump has endorsed Byron Donalds for Florida governor. He posted this on Truth Social a few days ago. It says, quote, "I am hearing that highly respected Congressman Byron Donalds is considering running for governor of Florida, a state that I love and won big in 2016, 2020, and 2024. He goes on to say, "I know Byron well, have seen him tested at the highest and most difficult levels, and he is a total winner. Byron has a great wife, Erica, and 3 beautiful sons. They are very proud of him. As governor, Byron would have a big voice and would work closely with me to advance our America First agenda. He will fight tirelessly to secure our border, stop migrant crime, strengthen our military, protect our vets, restore our economic power, advance American energy dominance, and defend our always under siege Second Amendment." President Trump concludes this post by saying Byron Donalds would be a truly great and powerful governor for Florida, and should he decide to run, and have my complete and total endorsement. He says, "Run, Byron, one." And apparently Byron has seen this, and he did announce he will officially run. And we also know that Byron Donalds spoke on Fox News' Hannity about his run for Florida governor. Take a listen.
Congressman, great to have you. How are you?
It's good to be with you, Sean. Thanks for having me on.
All right. If you want to make any announcements to make, is it truth? I mean, you got the support of President Trump. Where do you stand? Are you ready to make the plunge?
Well, look, Sean, after a lot of prayer, a lot of thoughts with my family and my friends, I'm here to announce my candidacy to be the next governor of the great state of Florida. And, Sean, we have a wonderful state. I got to Florida when I was 17 years old off of a Greyhound bus with just a trunk full of clothes. And over the rest of my time in Florida, I built a family. I built a career, 17 years in financial services. I joined the Tea Party movement, was in the conservative movement. I was able to serve 4 years in the state legislature, 4 years in Congress. And I think now is the time to now take the mantle and lead our state into the future We have a great governor. Ron DeSantis has done a tremendous job for our state. But now the job is to keep the best state in the country as the best state in the country. And so that's going to be the mission at hand. And I'm excited to announce my candidacy with you tonight.
We appreciate the announcement. What do you make of the reports that the governor's wife is considering a run? She's a very well-liked first lady.
Well, I mean, honestly, right now, it's very early. I'm the only person in this race right now, so we'll see what happens. But I will tell you, Sean, I'm excited to have the full endorsement of President Trump. He has a lot of faith in me. And to the people of Florida, I would tell you that for a long time, I've been in the trenches in a lot of these battles dealing with conservatism. A bill I passed when I was a freshman in the state legislature, Sean, allowed parents to examine the materials in front of their children. Then Governor Rick Scott signed that bill into law. So I have a long history in the conservative movement, and I have one of the strongest conservative records, both in the State House and up here in Congress, that proves that I will not let you down, that all of the victories and the successes that Florida has been able to accomplish, we're only going to take that and build upon it. We're going to continue to be the freest state and the best state going forward.
What would you like to build on? What would your agenda be? Obviously, I have a vested interest in this, living in the state that I love, that you've lived in since you were 17, as you said. And I've had property down here for almost 3 decades, for crying out loud. And it's, for me, home. And obviously, I have a vested interest in the state doing well. Big shoes to fill. I think Governor DeSantis has done a great job for the state. And you know, what are the issues you see that you would want to maybe take to another level?
Well, Sean, I agree with you. Governor DeSantis has done a tremendous job. So a couple of things. First, we have an insurance problem in our state. You know, my career in banking, insurance, and in financial services, I want to make sure that we solve this problem for the people of Florida. And it's going to mean bringing every stakeholder to the table, because the people of Florida is what's going to matter. We got to solve it. We got to stabilize those costs. I want to turn Florida into the financial hub of the world. Digital Assets has made a home in South Florida. I want to make sure that we become the most business-friendly state in our country, for businesses to incorporate in our state, but then also for the state to take the lead on cryptocurrency and digital assets. I would even consider having crypto be a part of the state's financial portfolio. We're going to build on the work that Governor DeSantis did when it comes to our environment, making sure that we finish the job on restoring the Everglades waterways, having clean water for all of our constituencies and for our environment. And last but not least, education, Sean. We've been doing a great job in our state, but my focus would be on making sure that every child has the tools available to them to be proficient in math, in reading, in writing, and in reasoning. Those are the things that are going to take our state from being great now to being even greater.
Can you, I hate to lose one seat. We're very close in the House in terms of margins. Can you remain a congressman and run at the same time? We only have about
yes, sir. Sean, I'm not going anywhere. We really did a really good job passing the resolution tonight. I'm here to make sure we get the president's agenda done. So rest assured, I'm staying in place. We're going to make sure we continue to fix Washington and make America great again.
All right, Congressman, appreciate it. Congratulations. We appreciate you making the announcement on our show. Congressman.
All right, so that was the very latest from Fox News. Again, Byron Donalds making that announcement on Fox News' show Hannity. So a very hot story coming out of the Sunshine State. And to be frank, people across America keeping a close eye on Byron Donalds. As you all know, he was very vocal during this past election, showing support for President Donald Trump, and then, of course, receiving that endorsement from President Trump, as I just mentioned. 6:55 here on the East Coast as we continue with your top stories and headlines on this Wednesday. We appreciate you doing so with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Sinead Francine. Let's head back to this live event. It takes us out to Geneva, Switzerland. The United Nations Human Rights Council, they resumed their 58th session.
Pardon to more than 1,200 detainees. Moreover, Burkina Faso adopted on the 8th of November 2024 a law on the administration of general interest work with several innovations, in particular a major standalone crime being adopted to a major standalone sentence being established on this kind of work, alternative to imprisonment. Also, in the first phase of the operation to empty filing cabinets, we have managed to deal with 4,200 different files since 2000. President, international cooperation, Burkina Faso would reassure the international community of its desire to respect its international commitments in the promotion and protection of human rights in line with the challenges we have to combat terrorism and in line with the challenge of the humanitarian crisis. President, to conclude, Burkina Faso wishes to recall that in the context of combating terrorism, we need sincere and active solidarity. And only this, Burkina Faso remains convinced that the Human Rights Council is the appropriate tribunal for this, the appropriate place for this. Thank you.
Now I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Lena Lind, Undersecretary for Global Affairs of Estonia. You have the floor, Excellency.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly my honor to address this Human Rights Council. Unfortunately, the world, based on international law, is under increasing pressure, and attempts are being made to undermine values. According to Freedom House, 2024 marked the 18th consecutive year of declining in collective democratic freedoms worldwide, and the 14th year of decline in internet freedom. Our freedoms, the core values of humanity, are under attack. 2 days ago, Russia's full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine entered its 4th year, and Russia's aggression against Ukraine began already in February of 2014. In light of Russia's blatant disregard for international law, the international community must remain steadfast in supporting Ukraine and its people, striving for a just and lasting peace. We should never forget that Ukraine is not the instigator of this war, but the victim of Russia's brutality. History has repeatedly proven that no agreement or deal with Russia stands the test of time. Russia's actions serve no interest other than Putin's regime, not even those of the Russian own people, who suffer under repression and suppression. If Russia truly wishes to end this war, it could do so in an instant, a fact that exposes the hypocrisy of the supposed desire for peace. We reaffirm our support for the International Criminal Court in bringing them to justice and ensuring comprehensive accountability for all the atrocities and war crimes committed by Russia's authorities. The perpetrators must not go unpunished. In this regard, the work of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine remains vital. Amid the turmoil, recent news have also brought a glimmer of hope. The ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. There is also hope for Syria. These developments will hopefully pave the way for a broader political process that will bring lasting peace to the region. At this time of escalating conflicts, children face an increasing risk of grave violations of their rights. Children in Ukraine, Sudan, Syria, Gaza, just to name a few, have been stripped of their childhood, deliberately targeted with attacks on schools, hospitals and residential areas, robbing them of safety and security. Children's rights and needs must be upheld everywhere, including in armed conflicts. Since the start of Russia's full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine, thousands of Ukrainian children have been forcibly transferred and deported by the Russian Federation. The forced deportation of children is not only a crime under international law, it is an attack on the very foundation of human rights. Despite this gloomy reality, there is hope. Last year, at the first Global Ministerial Conference on Ending Violence Against Children, we witnessed encouraging developments in Bogota, where numerous countries pledged to scale up their efforts to invest in child protection and violence prevention systems. Mr. Vice President, as a digitally advanced society, Estonia is dedicatedly protecting freedom of expression both online and offline. As a co-chair of the Media Freedom Coalition, we focus on strengthening press freedom, combating disinformation, and ensuring the safety of journalists across the globe. Over recent years, we have seen a worrying rise in disinformation, which threatens human rights in a number of ways, jeopardizing our right to health, right to non-discrimination, the right to free and fair elections, and freedom of expression. In this respect, we believe that greater efforts are needed to come up with appropriate responses to counter the spread of disinformation, expose malicious influence activities, and enhance media literacy. Estonia is also currently chairing the Freedom Online Coalition, dedicated to advancing internet freedom. Among our priorities is decreasing the digital divide between the global north and south through sharing our expertise in building digital infrastructure for e-government solutions. Mr. Vice President, on Monday, the Council commemorated the 30th anniversary of the Fourth World Conference on Women and the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, the most comprehensive expression of states' commitments to gender equality. Unfortunately, the world is still far from achieving the vision of Beijing, and the divide between countries on defending and enhancing the rights of women and girls is widening. It is crucial to intensify our efforts to dismantle systemic barriers to equity and fulfill our commitment to women's rights and gender equality. Estonia remains strongly committed to protecting and promoting human rights of women and girls, including sexual and reproductive health and rights, and advocating for equal opportunities as it brings high returns and contributes to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. In these darker days for democracy, I would like to highlight the essential role that the civil society and the human rights defenders are playing in the protection and promotion of human rights, despite facing worrying levels of threats, attacks, intimidation and harassment, including in the digital space. We denounce these practices. Excellencies, I would like to reaffirm that Estonia is committed to a stronger multilateral human rights system. We reiterate our continued support for the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and thank the High Commissioner for his tireless efforts in promoting and protecting human rights and in speaking out against human rights violations and abuses. In this context, I want to highlight Estonia's candidature to the Human Rights Council for the term 2026 to 2028. Estonian foreign policy is guided by the imperative that multilateralism is the most effective way to address global challenges, and seeking a seat on the Human Rights Council is compliant with this assumption. We share High Commissioner's conviction that in the time of crisis, human rights offer solutions and a path forward. Allow me to conclude as I began. The attack on our rights is intensifying. As these assaults grow, so too must our commitment to respect, protect and fulfill human rights and fundamental freedoms, democracy and the rule of law. That is what this Council is about, and this is why Estonia is also seeking its membership. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Now,
if you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we continue to listen in to the United Nations Human Rights Council as they resume their 58th session on this Wednesday. Topics including several agenda items, including Ukraine, Russia, and NATO. On the left side of your screen, we've provided top story items on this Wednesday that you can look forward to. We have some Senate judiciary hearings on pending nominations. Of course, President Donald Trump will hold his first official cabinet meeting slated for 11 a.m. Eastern time. We have a Senate Commerce Committee discussion on illegal drug trafficking, and then the World Trade Center bombing remembrance ceremony that's slated for noon. 7:05 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break. But before we do so, we are following some breaking news. I want you to take a good look at your screen right now. This coming in from ESPN. They say breaking news. The Associated Press also reporting as Diana Taurasi is retiring after 20 seasons, ending one of the greatest careers in women basketball history. The WNBA's career scoring leader and a 3-time league champion, Taurasi announcing her retirement in an interview with Time magazine Tuesday. The Phoenix Mercury, the only WNBA team she played for, also confirmed her decision. Taurasi told Time magazine, quote, "Mentally and physically, I'm just full. That's probably the best way I can describe it. I'm full and I'm happy, end quote. With her taut hair bun and supreme confidence, Taurasi inspired a generation of players while racking up records and championships. She led UConn to 3 straight national titles from 2001 to 2004 and kept on winning after the Mercury selected her with the #1 overall pick of the 2004 WNBA draft. We do have another quote from this one from the UConn coach. It says, "It's hard to put into words. It really is what this means. When someone's defined the game, when someone's has such an impact on so many people in so many places, you can't define it with a quote. It's the life that is a novel. It's a movie. It's a saga. It's the life of an extraordinary person who I think had as much to do with changing women's basketball as anyone who's ever played the game," end quote. Again, that coming from the coach at UConn. The 42-year-old won her 6th Olympic gold medal at the Paris Games and finishes her WNBA career with, check this out, 10,646 points, nearly 3,000 more than second place Tina Charles. So we continue to get this news in. Again, in addition to her 3 WNBA championships with the Mercury, Taurasi won 6 EuroLeague championships while playing year-round. Most of her career, she was the 2009 WNBA MVP and is one of 4 players to earn WNBA Finals MVP honors more than once. That happened in 2009 and 2014. So if you're a sports fan, this definitely means something to you. WNBA all-time leading scorer Diana Taurasi announcing her retirement. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .09 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Gina Francine. Right now, we want to transition to your top political headlines on this Wednesday morning. It takes us out to Washington, D.C., giving you a live look at the White House. We know President Donald Trump is holding his first cabinet meeting today there at the White House. Sweeping government cost cuts are expected to be on the table. Other agenda items, including right now, what you see on your screen is actually our poll for the morning. We have the economy, war in Ukraine, DOGE checks, illegal immigration, and then government spending. As I just mentioned, several of you all are focused on government spending as we are looking ahead to this event on this Wednesday. Continue to make your selection by scanning that QR code on your screen or by going to livenowfox.com/connect. Right now, we want to check in with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader as he has the very latest from Washington this morning on this anticipated meeting.
Cost cutter Elon Musk will take part in this cabinet meeting today, and we may learn more about a critical deal that the U.S. may have reached with Ukraine. With the war in Ukraine now entering year 4, news that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky may be heading to Washington this week to ink a deal with the U.S.
I hear that he's coming on Friday. Certainly it's okay with me if he'd like to, and he would like to sign it together with me, and I understand that's a big deal.
I will let the president make that announcement if and when.
The president's chief negotiator with Ukraine won't say much yet, but there are reports that the U.S. has reached a deal for mineral rights there, which Trump sees as a step toward ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. Democrats say the U.S. has turned its back on Ukraine.
This is likely just more of Donald Trump trying to make money for his billionaire friends, and Russia and Ukraine policy is now just fit into that frame.
The chainsaw for bureaucracy.
And look for Elon Musk's federal budget chainsaw to play a role in today's cabinet meeting. Musk is not a cabinet secretary, but his elevated status as chief budget hawk means he too will be included. All of this just a day after the Republican-controlled House, with the narrowest of margins, passed a critical budget framework, setting the stage now for the president's expansive legislative agenda. And that budget plan calls for about $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, as well as some spending cuts to offset the cost. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. And as you're planning your day with us here on Live Now from Fox, don't forget that cabinet meeting is slated to begin at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Getting back to our poll of the morning, as President Donald Trump will hold his first cabinet meeting today, we're asking you, which topic is most important to you? Right now, government spending is in the lead, followed by the economy, then illegal immigration, and then DOGE checks and war in Ukraine seem to be the least important to you all this morning. Again, continue to let us know what you think by scanning that QR code on your screen or by going to livenowfox.com/connect. As we continue with your political headlines on this Wednesday, transitioning to give you a live look at the U.S. Capitol. This as lawmakers on Capitol Hill are taking a good look at the perceived threat from China. A pair of committee hearings dealt with the issue Tuesday. Fox News Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin reports from the Pentagon.
Taiwan's Coast Guard detained a Chinese cargo ship today after it was seen lingering over sensitive undersea cables in the Taiwan Strait. When asked to leave, the Chinese vessel dragged its anchor along the seafloor, cutting those communications cables. It's Beijing's latest brazen provocation. In December, China's intelligence service hacked the U.S. Treasury, giving Beijing remote access to Treasury Department computers, overseeing global financial systems and sanctions. Chinese intelligence also broke into the email accounts of then Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo as she weighed new export controls on semiconductors. And last summer, Chinese hackers breached the GOP email system before the Republican National Convention.
China is the most capable cyber actor the U.S. faces.
Perhaps the most serious recent breach was when Chinese state-sponsored hackers known as Salt Typhoon penetrated 9 U.S. telecommunications firms, giving Beijing access to Americans' text messages and phone conversations. Those Chinese hackers remain inside this sensitive critical infrastructure, according to cyber experts.
The unclassified systems are compromised, whether at the State Department, Treasury, or the U.S. Trade Rep, which gives China insight into what we're doing and advantage in negotiation. We should move that into a more secure system.
China's President Xi called Vladimir Putin on Monday, the third anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, vowing China and Russia, quote, cannot be moved away from one another, pushing back against the Trump administration's efforts to drive a wedge between the two powers by negotiating directly with Putin. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Jennifer, thank you so much for that detailed update. And as we are discussing the Pentagon and lawmakers taking that good look at the perceived threat from China there on Capitol Hill, we are also looking at Capitol Hill today. Take a look at your screen, the left side. We know the Senate Judiciary Committee, they are set to hold a hearing on pending nominations on this Wednesday morning. That's slated for 10:15 Eastern time. Again, President Donald Trump to hold his first official cabinet meeting at 11. Then the Senate Commerce Committee to discuss illegal drug trafficking. That's slated for 11 a.m. A lot of you all excited to watch and listen into that event, as many people are keeping a close eye on the fentanyl crisis. And then right below 12 p.m. Eastern Time, the World Trade Center bombing remembrance ceremony. Of course, make sure you're staying tuned to Live Now from Fox for all of these anticipated events. Here at 7:16, we are going to take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading out to Rome, giving you a live look outside of Gemelli Hospital as Pope Francis, he remains in critical condition this morning. We'll have the very latest from Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen when we come back. (7:18) here on the East Coast, and as we continue with your breaking news headlines, taking you back out to Rome, outside of Gemelli Hospital there. As we know, Pope Francis, he remains in critical condition this morning. Rest and recovery are the focus for the 88-year-old. He's still battling severe health issues and serving the longest time in the hospital since he became Pope. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen joins us from Rome with the latest on the Pope's condition.
After another night of rest, there is a sense of cautious optimism for Pope Francis. The Holy Father is still in critical condition, but the Vatican says new test results do show signs of slight improvement. People around the world continue to pray for his recovery. Rosaries in hand, hundreds filled St. Peter's Square Tuesday night to pray for Pope Francis, who remains in critical but stable condition in Rome's Gemelli Hospital. The 88-year-old pontiff had a follow-up CT scan Tuesday. He's still battling double pneumonia. The Vatican says the Holy Father has not experienced any new severe respiratory episodes, and his blood parameters are still stable. Francis was even well enough to approve a decree for a possible new saint, a U.S. Army chaplain during World War II.
We knew that his lungs were always delicate. That's why we always prayed for him.
Those close to Pope Francis have been sharing intimate details about his life. His tailor, who worked for 2 other popes, says Francis's wardrobe choices flipped the script.
Francis immediately went on a very much softer, very much lighter, simpler, and essential style.
The shop owner behind the Pope's favorite ice cream is revealing his favorite flavors.
The first flavor that he always took was dulce de leche, which is the typical Argentinian flavor, then always lemon and mango.
The Vatican and the Pope's doctors are still guarded when it comes to an official prognosis. In Rome, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
All right, Connor, thank you so much for that detailed update. And as we get more information in about Pope Francis and his recovery efforts, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Here at 7:21 on the East Coast, we are going to take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading out to the UK for a live event. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer holding talks with British Parliament. Several topics of discussion ranging from the conflict in Ukraine, also the conflict out in Gaza. Of course, we are also looking ahead to Thursday when we know that Keir Starmer will be in the U.S. to have talks with President Donald Trump. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. .23 here on the East Coast and taking you out to a live event in London, England. Right now, a British Parliament, they are holding debates with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Several topics of discussion ranging from the conflict with Ukraine, also conflicts in the Middle East. Let's listen in.
And delivering the best start to the day for every single child. We are delivering opportunity for the next generation.
Well, I agree with my honourable friend. We're pleased that 2 of the early adopter schools will be in his constituency. Mr. Speaker, we're ensuring that all primary school children aged can get access to free breakfast and at least 30 minutes of free childcare. And that means every child ready to learn, and parents, of course, supported with up to £450 a year back in their pockets. That's the change a Labour government makes.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Bennell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish the Prime Minister every success on his trip to Washington. The visit to see President Trump must serve our national interest. The Prime Minister and I are completely united in our support for Ukraine as a proud and sovereign nation. What specific steps will he take to ensure Ukraine is at the negotiating table for any peace settlement?
Well, I thank her for her words about the forthcoming trip, and it is right, and I think the whole House will think it's right, that Ukraine must be at the table at negotiations. There can be no negotiations about Ukraine without Ukraine. That has been my consistent position in all of the discussions that I've had. That will continue to be my position, because this is about the sovereignty of Ukraine and their ability to decide for themselves the future of their country, so they must be at the table.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister for that answer, and as I said, I wish him every success. We want to support him on this issue. So turning to the details of the plan he set out yesterday, Over the weekend, I suggested to the Prime Minister that he cut the aid budget, and I'm pleased that he accepted my advice. Mr. Speaker, it's the fastest response. It's the fastest response I've ever had from the Prime Minister. However, he announced £13.4 billion in additional defence spending yesterday. This morning, his Defence Secretary said the uplift is only £6 billion, which is the correct figure.
Prime Minister.
I'm going to have to let the Leader of the Opposition down gently. She didn't feature in my thinking at all. I was so busy over the weekend I didn't even see her proposal. I think she's appointed herself, I think, saviour of the Western civilization. It's a desperate search for relevance. But, Mr. Speaker, look, if you take the numbers for this financial year, and then the numbers for the financial year 27-28, that's £13.4 billion increase. That is the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, which will put us in a position to ensure the security and defence of our country and of Europe.
Mr. Speaker, that wasn't very clear. How is it that the Defence Secretary says £6 billion and he says £13.4 billion? The IFS said today that the government is playing silly games with numbers. How does he find this difference in numbers?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we went through this 2 weeks ago, going through the same question over and over again. So let me say it. If you take the financial year this year, and then you take the financial year for 2027-28, the difference between the two is £13.4 billion. That's the same answer. If you ask again, I'll give the same answer again.
I'll decide when it's more.
Mr. Speaker, someone needs to tell the Prime Minister that being patronising is not a substitute. For answering questions. It's not a substitute. He hasn't answered. What he has said is different from what he said yesterday. We are still not clear where the money is coming from. We want to support him. He's also said that we should put British troops on the ground in Ukraine. We haven't seen the detail of any proposals. Would his new spending plans allow him to fund this commitment effectively?
Prime Minister.
I mean, I think it's the same question again. It's £13.4 billion. That's the difference between this year and 2020. She asked a serious question about the security guarantees in Ukraine, and that is extremely important, because the worst of all outcomes, if there's to be a cessation of hostilities, is that it is a short break rather than sustained and lasting peace. And I think that that means there's got to be security guarantees. I've indicated that we will play our full part. There has to be US backing, because otherwise I don't think it will deter Putin. We are working on that. I'm having extensive discussions about it, not in a position to put details before the House, as she well knows today, but I'll continue down that route, because I want a lasting peace in Ukraine and Europe for the safety and security of Ukrainians, of Europeans, and of course for everybody in this country.
Mr. Speaker, this is an endeavour that we want to support him in, but we need to know exactly what it is we're supporting. We need clarity and transparency over the money. We also need to know where this money is going. This morning, the Defence Secretary could not say if the Chagos deal would come out of the defence budget. Can he confirm to the House that none of the defence uplift includes payments for his Chagos deal?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the additional spend I announced yesterday is for our capability on defence and security in Europe, as I made absolutely clear yesterday. The Chagos deal is extremely important for our security, for US security. The US are rightly looking at it. When it's finalised, they'll put it before the House with the costings. The figures being bandied around are absolutely wild of the mark. The deal is well over a century, but the funding I announced yesterday is for our capability to put ourselves in a position to rise to a generational challenge. That is what that money is all about, and I thought she supported it.
Speaker, we need to make sure we are supporting a plan that is clear and transparent. Yesterday, the Prime Minister set an ambition for defence spending to reach 3% in the next Parliament. We agree with him, but this could be 2034 almost a decade away. That is too slow. We don't know how he will pay for it. We cannot raise taxes further. We already pay more on debt interest than defense, and everyone in this House would have heard him not answer the last question. So I will ask him again. Is he paying for the Chagos deal with this defense uplift or not?
Prime Minister.
Speaker, I've just dealt with that question. She gave the money announced yesterday is going to our capability to put ourselves in a position to defend the security of our country, Europe and the UK. And she asked about defence spending. She gave what people have described as a rambling speech yesterday when she couldn't say what defence spending should be. We've been absolutely clear. We've set it out, a full, credible, costed plan, and I thought she supported it.
Holly Billington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will be aware that in coastal communities like mine in East Thanet, people develop cancer earlier, get treated and diagnosed later, and die younger. Can he give the House an update on the plans for the government to implement the recommendations by the Chief Medical Officer, Chris Whitty, into tackling poor health in our seaside towns?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank her for raising this. She's right that cancer patients are waiting too long for diagnosis and for treatment. Addressing healthcare inequity is part of our 10-year health plan, Mr. Speaker, aiming to halve the gap in healthy life expectancy between the richest and the poorest regions. And we're making progress on that already.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I start by wishing the Prime Minister well on his trip to the White House. It won't be an easy meeting, but we're all behind him for our national interest. But it's already clear that under President Trump, we won't be able to rely on the United States, sadly, to help ensure our security against Russian aggression. And that's why we strongly welcome the Prime Minister's decision to increase Britain's defence spending. But Europe must do far more to rearm in the face of Putin's threat, and the UK must lead on that. That's why we back the idea of a new European rearmament bank, so we can finance a big increase in the manufacturing capacity without the need to cut Britain's vital soft power. So will the Prime Minister look at this idea, work across this House and across Europe, so we can make a European rearmament bank actually happen?
Prime Minister.
I'll resist his suggestion that we've got somehow to choose between the US and our European partners. I do not believe that to be the case, and I want to strengthen our already strong relationship with the US, because I think it's vital that we do so. I, of course, want to work with our European allies on defence capability and what more we need to do in relation to capability, coordination and funding. And in the longer term, there is a discussion going on amongst allies as to future funding. We're part of that discussion, and I'm happy to share that with the House as it evolves.
Sir Ed Davey.
I hope he's successful in keeping the US on board with our European allies, and I'm glad he's talking about financed defence. I think if he was to push this European rearmament bank at the summit on Sunday, the European leaders, I think he'd be pushing an open door. Certainly Prime Minister Tusk is supporting from the Polish point of view. But Mr. Speaker, if I can turn now to domestic matters and the cost of living crisis that's hitting so many of our constituents. Families in my constituency are really angry that Thames Water is sending them bills this April that will cost them £150 a year more. Thames has already let down so many people, whether it's leaking pipes or pumping their filthy sewage into our rivers. A third of customers' bills are already used just to pay the interest on Thames Water's debt, and now it's going to borrow £3 billion more. Isn't it time to stop making people pay for bailing out the vulture funds drowning Thames Water in debt? Will his government just put this firm out of its misery, put it into special administration so we can sort out that mess and the mess that lot left?
Well, he's certainly right about the mess that lot made. We've obviously got the water bill. It's got very strong measures in it, and I think he supports them.
Dr. Rosanna Allen-Carr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have heard extraordinary rhetoric coming out of Washington in recent days, and we have seen fascist salutes on our screens. We have witnessed wild statements about Palestinians being expelled from Gaza, and we have seen our allies labelled dictators. Britain's interests are best served by standing with Ukraine, working closely with our European allies, by upholding international law and remaining a strong part of NATO. Can the Prime Minister assure us that this will form a central part of his message when he meets world leaders this week?
Minister. Well, we certainly stand with Ukraine, and I think I speak for the whole House when I say that. And as I set out yesterday, NATO is the bedrock of our security. It's been our most important alliance for many, many years, as important today as it's ever been. And we build that alliance by working with the US. We have a special and deep relationship with the US. That's not just words, that's to do with security, defence, intelligence capability, vitally important for both sides. But we also work with our European allies, and it is that ability to work with the US and the EU and European partners that has held the peace for so many years and needs to hold the peace for many years to come.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prior to the election, the Labour Party promised to reduce energy bills by £300, yet on their watch, energy bills are about to increase by almost £300. So may I ask, is the failure to keep that promise a consequence of government incompetency, or have the Labour Party been caught lying to the public?
Hear, hear. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of the fact that we are pushing forward for energy independence, which will keep our bills lower. And he knows very well what my position is. But I note that, again, he's very quiet on the SNP record. And I'll tell you for why. Just this week, we've seen the attainment gap widen in Scotland. Pupils leaving schools with no qualifications rising, those from deprived areas going to work falling. Instead of playing the politics of grievance, they need to take responsibility for their own record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Mike Addison was one of a kind, a physical disability rugby league world champion with England and Warrington Wolves, and an avid volunteer for the club and foundation. He was a friend to everyone who knew him. Tragically, he died at age 45, having taken his own life. One death by suicide is too many, and every suicide is preventable. But ONS data puts the rate in the North West at over double the rate of London, and with a 17% increase last year. So can the Prime Minister outline what more can be done working across government to help Warrington meet our target of eliminating suicide?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank her for raising this tragic case? And my thoughts, I'm sure the thoughts of the House, are with the family, friends and teammates of Mike at Warrington Wolves. I mean, she's right, Mr. Speaker, that one death by suicide is one too many, and reducing the number is a vital part of our health mission. We are recruiting an additional 8,500 mental health workers, especially trained to support people at risk of suicide. We're committed to taking forward the suicide prevention strategy for England. I'm sure this is something the whole House will support.
Dr. Neil Butts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's statement committing us to increased defence spending and reaffirming the UK's support for Ukraine and their democratically elected leader, President Zelensky. A wartime leader like Winston Churchill, who also had to delay elections because his country faced an existential threat. As the Prime Minister travels to Washington, with this House and the country willing him to succeed, will he invoke the legacy of Churchill in making the case for the UK to be the key in bridging transatlantic relations, to bring us all together for the sake of freedom and democracy across the world?
Prime Minister.
I thank him for his question. Can I pick up on both elements? Because President Zelensky is a democratically elected leader, and suspending elections was precisely what we did in this country when we were fighting in the Second World War. And secondly, on his point, yes, I do think that the UK has successfully been a bridge between the US and Europe for many, many years. It's vital that we continue in that role, and that's why my message to President Trump is that the relationship between our two countries needs to go from strength to strength. It's all very strong, but also working at the same time with our European allies.
Jessica T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker. On Monday night, there was a brutal double stabbing in my constituency. This adds to a long line of horrific knife attacks that have included 3 fatalities over the past 2 years. I know the Prime Minister is aware of the particular challenges we face in Bournemouth, and while crime has been going down, I know there is much more he will want to do. So will he join me in praising the crucial work that organisations like Changes Are Made, who give positive activities like boxing to young people, and will he share what more the government can do to tackle knife crime in communities like mine?
Prime Minister.
Thank you for raising this really important issue. Yesterday we introduced our crime and policing bill, which is central to our plan for change and halving knife crime. It involves new powers to seize and destroy knives found on private property and a new criminal offence of possessing a bladed article with intent to cause harm. Plus, Mr. Speaker, tougher penalties for selling dangerous weapons to under 18s, stricter rules for online sales under Ronan's law, and we'll continue with that work.
Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The floods of 2013-14 devastated Datchet, Horton and Wraysbury, and the flooding last January wasn't much better. But shockingly, the River Thames scheme as currently proposed continues to leave my constituents at risk. The Council was asked to cough up tens of millions, but like very many, is cash-strapped. Does the Prime Minister, therefore, agree with me that the only option to protect my constituents is funding Channel 1 of the River Thames scheme as the national strategic infrastructure, which it really is?
Prime Minister.
Well, I know the honourable member has raised this issue before, and it's obviously an important issue for his constituents. We inherited flood defences in their worst state on record, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we're investing £2.6 billion to protect over 50,000 properties. I understand that the options to reduce flood risk to these communities are being considered as part of the Datchet and Hythe End Flood Alleviation Scheme, and I'll ensure that he has a meeting with the relevant minister to take forward the work.
Sally Jameson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In order for the government's growth agenda to be a success, it must be felt in all areas of the country, including Doncaster and South Yorkshire, where we have green growth transport companies, including hybrid air vehicles and clean power hydrogen, alongside the reopening of Doncaster Sheffield Airport. So will the Prime Minister put on his record support for Mayor Ros Jones, who has led on the airport reopening, and also set out how the growth agenda will override those traditional patterns of investment mainly in the south of England and bring prosperity to South Yorkshire and indeed the north as a whole?
Yes, I will. Doncaster's got a proud industrial heritage, rail, steel and coal, an extraordinary potential for industries of the future, from hydrogen to AI, and we are focused, Mr. Speaker, on devolving more power and funding to metro mayors to support regional industry. We will work with the mayors of Doncaster and South Yorkshire to support efforts to reopen Doncaster Sheffield Airport.
Graham Lambitter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege to represent the Home.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. On the left side of your screen, we are live in London as UK Parliament. They continue to debate with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer topics ranging from Ukraine, Middle East conflict, to even President Donald Trump. Very interesting to hear this. As we know, Starmer is expected to have meetings with President Donald Trump tomorrow. On the right side of your screen, following other international stories, that top right box, a live look out in Gaza, as Hamas has said today to the Associated Press they do plan to release 4 hostage bodies. Also keeping a close eye out in Rome as Pope Francis remains in critical condition. Here at 7:44 on the East Coast, we are going to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's continue with your Wednesday morning top stories and, of course, your live events by heading back out to the UK. We've been listening in as Parliament has debated with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. There he is now speaking, topics ranging from Ukraine, Middle East conflict to President Donald Trump. Let's continue to watch and listen in.
Increase in defence spending since the Cold War.
Diane Abbott.
The whole country stands behind the people of Ukraine. But there is also a view that taking money from aid and development to spend on armaments and tanks makes people less safe, not more safe, because the desperation and the poverty that so often leads to warfare is what aid and development money is supposed to counter.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday, the overseas development is important. I'm proud of what we've done. It wasn't a decision I took lightly or I wanted to take, but it is important at this moment that we put the defence spending, the defence and security of our country and Europe uppermost. We will, of course, make sure that we're able to fulfil our humanitarian obligations in relation to Gaza, Ukraine and Sudan and other vital work. And I want to be clear that we do, of course, want to go back and increase that funding as soon as we're able to do so.
Chairman Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the Prime Minister knows that when he does travel to Washington to meet the former leader of the free world, he does so with the hopes and prayers of this House and the country. Probably no more serious a meeting could be taking place. Now, whilst Ukraine will clearly dominate, will the Prime Minister undertake to raise with President Trump that Canada is a valued, respected and much-loved member of both NATO and our Commonwealth, and that this childish nonsense of a 51st state should be called out by the Prime Minister for what it is?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank him for raising this issue. UK and Canada are close allies and have been for a very long time, with a partnership based on a shared history and a shared set of values and a determination to be an active force for good in the world. We work closely with them on issues of the Commonwealth, on NATO and, of course, Five Eyes, intelligence sharing, and we will work to strengthen that relationship.
Michelle Strochan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Barrow-in-Furness has always been ahead of the times in terms of high-skilled engineering. In light of the Prime Minister's historic commitment to rise defence spending, the biggest increase since the end of the Cold War, I invite him to visit and see the many SMEs who could support this vital supply chain. Does he agree that investing in these businesses will not only deliver our nuclear deterrent, but improve security and the economy for us all?
Well, I thank her for raising this question and will obviously consider her invitation. Defence spending, Mr. Speaker, already supports more than 430,000 jobs across the United Kingdom, and I'd like to recognise the contribution made by the workers in Barrow-in-Furness.
Wendy Morton.
Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, the planning inspector chose to use the term grey belt to pass a battery energy storage system application before the order was laid in this House to change the NPPF and without recognising the moratorium for local authorities to manage their local plans. This decision failed to recognise the green belt that protects us against urban sprawl, and it failed to recognise the proximity to a school, a church and a graveyard. So can the Prime Minister define what grey belt actually is, or is it simply a grey area to allow for inappropriate development?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not across the details of the individual case that she raises, as she will understand. But I am in favour of making sure that we can have the infrastructure and the houses that we need to grow our economy. And one of the problems we had in the last 14 years was an assertion or rhetoric that we wanted homes and infrastructure, but when the decision all that came up, the answer was always no. The answer cannot always be no.
John McDonnell.
Can I thank the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary for their efforts to secure the release of Allah Abdel Fattah
the human rights campaign, the British human rights campaigner, who's been imprisoned in Egypt now for over 10 years. The Prime Minister will know, because he's met the family, that his mother is on the 150th day of her hunger strike and her health is failing rapidly. Could I ask the Prime Minister to pick up the phone to President Sisi and seek the release of Allah to save his life, also that of his mother's?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank him for raising this really important case, and as he says, I did meet the mother and the family just a few days ago, and it is an incredibly difficult situation for them, and I can assure him I will do everything I can to ensure the release in this case, and that includes phone calls as necessary. I've raised it before, I'll raise it again, we raise it and will continue to do so. I gave my word to the family that that's what I do, that I will do, and I will.
People in Northern Ireland are sick to the teeth of paramilitaries, of the menace, of the sectarianism and of keeping people stuck in the past. In light of the announcement yesterday on transition, does the Prime Minister recognise that people will be highly sceptical of this process, that there must be real learnings from the failed transitions of the past, that there can be no rewards for paramilitaries for hanging on, robust criminal justice, the flags off the lampposts and on street corners, and community-funded policing to allow communities that have been brutalised by paramilitaries to finally look forward to a confident and shared future?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank her for raising this important and obviously sensitive issue? We are committed to making progress towards ending paramilitarism once and for all in Northern Ireland, and that's why we've agreed to support a short independent exercise to look at a formal process, and I'll make sure that the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland keeps her updated.
Rishi Sunak.
Mr. Speaker, prostate cancer is now our country's most common cancer, and yet there is no national screening programme. We made progress towards this in government, but yet there is more to do, which is why I'm delighted to have joined Prostate Cancer Research, the charity, as an ambassador. I'm grateful to the Health Secretary for his engagement thus far, and could I ask the Prime Minister to ensure that we do have a targeted national screening programme for the most at-risk groups of prostate cancer, so that we can not only save the NHS money, make progress towards the government's early diagnosis targets, but most crucially, save thousands of lives?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank him for raising this, and can I thank him for using his authority and reputation to support this vital cause, which will make a material difference, and I look forward to working with him on it. We do share a commitment to detecting prostate cancer earlier and treating it faster, and we must do that. Our National Cancer Plan will improve the way we treat cancer right across the country, and I'll make sure he's fully informed of the steps that we're taking, and we'll work with him.
Will Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister join with me in wishing all Welsh citizens everywhere a very happy St David's Day on Saturday? And will he also join with me in welcoming the latest news of the £600 million investment by Copenhagen infrastructure partners to ensure that Bute Energy and Green Gen Cymru can take forward the bold ambition to achieve 100% green electricity production by 2035 in Wales, thus providing much-needed sustainable green jobs for the people of Wales?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I wish her and her constituents a very happy St David's Day and join her in welcoming this significant new investment into her constituency that will ensure good jobs, well-paid, skilled jobs, and of course the transition to energy security and lower bills. And I know her constituency will play a vital role in that.
Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister agree that our biggest single foreign policy priority is the preservation of NATO with America at its heart? And if so, following his welcome announcement yesterday, is the next step to talk to our European allies and for all of us to agree to spend 3% of GDP on defence within a specified timescale, so that we can look the President in the eye and say that Europe is finally pulling its weight on defence?
Prime Minister.
Well, I agree with him entirely in terms of the priority in terms of NATO. Putin thought he could weaken NATO. He's only made it stronger and larger. NATO's strength comes from the US and European partners and others working together, and that is absolutely the focus of my work at the moment. It is right, as he says, that European countries, including the United Kingdom, do need to do more on capability, on coordination, and on defence spend. That must be not seen as a project separate to NATO, but part of an essential project that ensures that NATO is there for decades and decades to come, preserving the peace, just as it has been for 75 years.
Final question, Newman Steinbeck.
Mr Speaker, the Grangemouth refinery closure has loomed over central Scotland since Petronas's announcement in November 2023. 2 weeks ago, Scottish Labour colleagues and I met with the National Wealth Fund to make the case for investment in Grangemouth. I strongly welcome the exceptional commitment this Labour government has shown by committing £200 million from the National Wealth Fund. Can I ask the Prime Minister what steps the government will be taking to secure permanent, good jobs at Grangemouth?
Well, can I thank him for being such a great champion for Scotland and his constituency? Mr Speaker, Grangemouth is really important to communities in Scotland, to the economy in Scotland. It's not a charity case, it's got incredible potential, huge opportunity, and that's why at the weekend I was very pleased to announce £200 million from the National Wealth Fund to incentivise private investment. That, of course, Mr Speaker, follows £100 million in the growth deal that we announced earlier. This is about jobs for decades to come in Grangemouth. It's a really exciting opportunity and we intend to seize it.
I hope His Presidency of the Assembly of North Macedonia, His Excellency Mr Afrim Gasha, enjoyed questions. Right, that completes PMQs.
All right, that right there was the Parliament discussion as they do kind of a Q&A with Prime Minister Keir Starmer. That wrapping up right there as they ask questions on a variety of topics, including the Russia-Ukraine war, as well as comments that have been made by President Donald Trump. The time now is 7:59 on the East Coast and 4:59 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. I do want to get to a big international story that we have been following here over the past several days. Take a look at your screen here as we do talk about the condition of Pope Francis, hospitalized in Rome for 12 days. This is a live look outside the hospital where the Vatican says the 88-year-old does remain in critical but stable condition, showing slight improvements. Now, the Vatican just saying here that Pope Francis has been able to sit up in an armchair, which they say is a sign of that improvement. Want to pop up this statement here coming in a short time ago from the Vatican. This is the latest update here as they say Pope Francis had a quiet night and is resting Wednesday morning. That is according to the Holy See press office. As of Tuesday evening, the Pope's clinical condition, quote, remains critical but stable, noting he has not had any further acute respiratory crises. Pope Francis, as we've mentioned here, battling pneumonia in both lungs. Now, the Argentine Pope, who had part of one lung removed when he was younger, about 21 years old, has been hospitalized since back on February 14th with doctors describing his condition as quote-unquote touch and go. A lot to discuss here as always, so I do want to bring in an expert to help break it down. We have Dr. Maor Saler, an associate professor of pulmonary medicine at the Yale School of Medicine. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and help discuss this a little bit further.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I want to start on the basics here. What can you tell me about what we know about Pope Francis's conditions overall that he is suffering from there in the hospital?
Reports from the Vatican describe Pope Francis as having bilateral or double pneumonia, in which he has a serious infection in both his left lung and his right lung. That infection causes inflammation, and in turn, that makes it very difficult for him to breathe.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of questions here as he has been hospitalized for 12 days. Some good news, they say he is sitting up in an armchair and appears to be critical but stable. What I did want to ask you is the treatment options here that he is likely going through there in the hospital.
Yeah, so his pneumonia is serious. He has the reports suggest that he's been on high flow oxygen, so his breathing has become bad enough that he needs a lot of extra help with his breathing. And additionally, there's been reports that he's had low platelet counts, requiring transfusions and mild kidney impairment, suggesting that the strain of his pneumonia is affecting organs beyond the lung. And so currently, I'm sure that the doctors are treating him with antibiotics. That's a mainstay of treatment for pneumonia. He's had reports of polymicrobial infections, so that means an infection with more than one type of organism. So he might be receiving more than one type of antibiotic. And he's probably also receiving supportive care like oxygen, hydration, rest, and nutrition.
And you touched on this, but how serious of illnesses are we talking here? Can someone recover from these? And also, do we see this in just older people? Again, he is 88 years old, or are we talking younger people as well? It is a serious condition. Pneumonia is common. It occurs in both young and old people. The problem is that when you're older, it's a lot harder to recover. So while a younger person might recover quickly, an older, frailer person, especially those with underlying lung issues, can have a tougher time. All of this is concerning, but there is some good news. It does sound like his breathing is starting to improve, which is a promising sign that he might be turning the corner. So I'm hopeful he can pull through. It's just that he's definitely not out of the woods yet. And even if he does improve, a full recovery will take time. As for his blood and kidney problems, those early stage issues are not uncommon, but it does sound like the doctors are managing those issues and preventing it from getting worse. My last question, as you kind of touched on this already, what is next? What is the Pope's medical team looking for? What kind of signs? And I mean, could he be released from the hospital anytime soon?
So right now, I'm sure his doctors are keeping a close eye on his breathing and his oxygen levels. They'll be monitoring his kidney function closely to make sure his body's handling fluids appropriately. And making sure it's not getting any worse. With pneumonia, a big concern always are complicating issues like sepsis, in which the infection or the inflammation from the pneumonia spills out of the lung and affects the rest of his body in an uncontrolled way. Another concern would be worsening of his breathing or excessive strain on his heart. But the good news is that he's in a hospital setting with excellent nurses and physicians, respiratory therapists, and other health professionals. It sounds like these things are stable. And so, again, I'm really optimistic that he can pull through this.
All right, Doctor, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help discuss this situation here a little bit further. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
I think one thing that people might not realize about the Pope is that he's had lung issues since he was younger. He had part of his lung removed when he was 21, and for the past few years, he's actually been dealing with recurrent infections and inflammation in his airways, which are the tubes that carry the air to the lungs. And so while he has some serious health battles ahead, he's bounced back before, and he's got an incredible team looking after him and the prayers and support from billions of people around the world. So again, this is going to be a tough road, but there's still a lot of hope that he can pull through this.
Dr. Maor Saller, Associate Professor of Pulmonary Medicine there at the Yale School of Medicine. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh, for having me.
And of course, we've been checking in with Connor Hansen. He is with Fox News and is out there over in Rome. He filed this report a bit earlier on today with the latest information.
There's a sense of cautious optimism for Pope Francis. The Holy Father is still in critical condition, but the Vatican says new test results do show signs of slight improvement. People around the world continue to pray for his recovery.
Rosaries in hand, hundreds filled St. Peter's Square Tuesday night to pray for Pope Francis, who remains in critical but stable condition in Rome's Gemelli Hospital. The 88-year-old pontiff had a follow-up CT scan Tuesday. He's still battling double pneumonia. The Vatican says the Holy Father has not experienced any new severe respiratory episodes, and his blood parameters are still stable. Francis was even well enough to approve a decree for a possible new saint, a U.S. Army chaplain during World War II.
We knew that his lungs were always delicate. That's why we always prayed for him.
Those close to Pope Francis have been sharing intimate details about his life. His tailor, who worked for 2 other popes, says Francis's wardrobe choices flipped the script.
Francis immediately went on a very much softer, very much lighter, simpler, and essential style.
The shop owner behind the Pope's favorite ice cream is revealing his favorite flavors.
The first flavor that he always took was dulce de leche, which is the typical Argentinian flavor, then always lemon and mango.
The Vatican and the Pope's doctors are still guarded when it comes to an official prognosis. In Rome, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much. The time now 8:07 on the East Coast and 5:07 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We have been getting those updates coming in from the Vatican several times a day, so every time we do get them, you will be the first to know at home as they do come in. We do have to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but I do want to let you know that coming up here in just a matter of minutes, we are expecting to hear from Mayor Eric Adams, the New York City mayor. He is going to be speaking live with Fox 5 New York, and we'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back with more live, raw, and unfiltered content. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:09 on the East Coast and 5:09 on the West Coast. You can see this live image that we do have of New York City Mayor Eric Adams as he is going to be speaking with Fox 5 New York in a matter of moments. In the meantime, I do want to take you out to a report from Robert Moses a short time ago as he discusses the latest on the polling there and also has some comments that were made by Eric Adams just last night.
This is a biblical moment. You know, when Jesus was on the cross, he said, God, forgive them, for they know not what they do. All these Negroes who are asking me to step down, God, forgive them.
At a Black History Month event at Gracie Mansion last night, a fiery Mayor Eric Adams tore into his critics.
Are you stupid? What we have done, you have to be stupid to try to stop me from running this race.
The mayor foreshadowed the arguments he will make tonight at the District Council 37 Mayoral Forum in Tribeca. DC 37 is one of the city's most powerful labor unions. Joining the mayor at the forum will be State Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani, State Senators Jessica Ramos and Zellner Myrie, the current and former comptrollers Brad Lander and Scott Stringer, and former Assemblyman Michael Blake. For an incumbent, the mayor faces an unusually difficult battle in the June primary.
This is one of the greatest administrations in the history of this city.
A new poll from the Homeland Strategy Group suggests that New Yorkers don't agree. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who hasn't even declared his candidacy yet, already enjoys a commanding lead. Mamdani is in a distant second. Adams is in third, followed by Lander and Stringer. The mayor has resisted calls to step down. The Justice Department ordered corruption charges against him to be dropped, though that has not happened yet, and even if it does, they could be refiled. A defiant mayor addressed critics who claimed that with charges hanging over his head, he would remain beholden to President Donald Trump.
Well, you shouldn't be talking to the president. Well, I'm the mayor of the biggest city in America. I will talk to who I want to talk to bring services to your city.
That was Robert Moses, and you are taking a live look here at our Fox 5 New York station as they are speaking live with Mayor Eric Adams.
The vast majority of migrants applied for shelter. It also became a symbol of the city's migrant crisis.
The city says the hotel is no longer needed as the number of migrants arriving has dropped dramatically. Here with more on the closing and other topics that affect all of us, Mayor Eric Adams from Gracie Mansion. Nice to have you back on Good Day, Mayor.
Great to be on, and it's, as you stated, a major milestone. It was during the time we opened the site when we were receiving 4,000 migrants and asylum seekers a week.
I know, but
8,000.
I know you're going to
2 weeks, 16,000 a month.
I know you're going to close it down, but a lot of people are also upset because you've opened up another migrant shelter for over 2,000 single men in the Bronx, and it seems like everybody from the borough president to the people who live in that community are very upset that, you know, maybe you're closing one place down, but you're moving them somewhere else.
We closed 53 shelters in a year, and if you go throughout this city and ask who's going to take a shelter, show me one who raised their hand and say, bring it here. We have to use smart policies. How do we bring people into locations where we can get the services and move them out? When you think about it, out of those 230,000 that we've had, 70% are out of our care on to their next step. Great job on the part of this administration handling the largest humanitarian crisis we've had in this city's history.
I know that we're speaking about policy, your cooperation with President Trump on the migrant crisis. He has now basically said they're going to launch a mandatory online registry of illegal immigrants with names, fingerprints, and home addresses. Would you cooperate?
Well, if the federal government, who's in charge of immigration, and that's what people need to be clear on, they are in charge of immigration. We do not collaborate based on city law in any form of deportation based just on a deportation strategy because of civil enforcement.
So are you saying this is out of your hands? Are you saying this is out of your hands?
What I'm sharing with you is that I'm allowed under city law to collaborate with any criminal enforcement, and that is what I've been calling for 2 years, and I'm happy there's an administration that heard me and they're willing to collaborate. The new order that came down, the Corporation Council will look at it and make sure we're in compliance with both federal and city law.
Okay, so there's a mayoral campaign that's about to kick off. The petition started yesterday. I want to get back to an event you had at the Gracie Mansion last night where you spoke about Black History Month, and in it you said, quote, all these Negroes who are asking me to step down, God forgive them. Are you implying that if you're black, you have to support you?
No, not at all. I'm asking for all New Yorkers to support me.
So who are you specifically talking to when you say Negroes?
Well, who has stepped down? Who has asked me to step down? If you look at that whole speech, the speech talked about the continuation of lighting your flame and continue to light and shine. And that's what we've done in this administration with our team. So those who have called for me to allow my flame to prematurely be extinguished, that's who I'm talking about.
So you're saying all New Yorkers are Negroes?
I thought I was very clear in my definition of what I said. All New Yorkers, we got 8.3 million New Yorkers, 8.3 million people didn't call for me to step down. I get just the opposite when I'm in the streets.
So anybody who's black who calls for you to step down, they need help from God. I'm focusing on this because your use of the word Negro has come up repeatedly over the last couple of weeks, and I think some people actually have an issue with that term. So explain who you're talking to when you use that term specifically.
I didn't say they need help from God. I said pray for them. Wasn't that what I said?
You said, quote, God forgive them.
Exactly. Let's pray for them. And so let's focus on this for a moment. Isn't our democracy is based on who the people of the city elect? Why are we trying to disrupt and take the power away from the people of the city who elected me to be the mayor? And then ask the question, what have I done that we're going to usurp that power from the people? I have not been convicted of a crime. I've moved the city forward. I've done the job that New York has asked me to do. And so when you have those that are trying to usurp the power of the voting rights of the people, that is not democracy, and God forgive them.
Okay, when you take a look at it, then you look at the polls right now. The latest poll that came out yesterday had you among Democrats at 10% support. Andrew Cuomo is not even in the race at 38% right now. When you look at the polling numbers, you can't get matching funds. What is your path forward to get reelected as mayor in your eyes?
Well, go back and look at February of 2021. I was being behind Andrew Yang by double digits. People stated that he was going to be the next mayor. We're not calling the mayor Andrew Yang. We're calling the mayor Mayor Adams. This is going to be a long, competitive race, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to showing how well we've done for the city and get our message out. That's what campaigning is like. No one that's running for mayor right now has ever won a mayor race but Eric Adams. I know how to win. I know how to get to New Yorkers, and that's what I'm going to do.
Are you disappointed that Congressman Richie Torres has already thrown his support behind Andrew Cuomo?
There was another Andrew in the race in 2021. He supported that Andrew as well. And so I think he has a special appeal for Andrews. You know, I hope that he understands Adams is going to be the mayor, because I'm going to show New Yorkers what we have done over the last 3 years.
Can we talk about your criminal case for a second? Because your lawyer, Alex Spiro, has submitted papers. It's making news right now. Apparently, one of the reasons why he says your case should be dismissed entirely is because of leaked letters from the prosecutor, including Danielle Sassoon's letter, where she also basically came out and said that the charges would stick, that she has more charges against you, and they were confident that they would convict you. How do you feel about well, what your lawyer is saying right now in Danielle Sassoon's letter?
Well, I have a great deal of confidence in my legal team. I stated from the start that I've done nothing wrong. The former president, President Biden, stated that his Justice Department was weaponized. President Trump stated it was weaponized. I stated it was weaponized. Family members who are on FBI watch lists for doing nothing wrong, they felt it was weaponized. I think Alex has done a great job of really lifting up what our arguments have been, and the current Attorney General has been clear that these were weak at best. We knew what happened here when I stood up for New Yorkers. This was the byproduct of that, and we're going to let the justice system continue its process.
So let me ask you, once again here, you have the resignations, announced resignations of 4 deputy mayors. How is City Hall functioning on a day-to-day basis?
Look at our results. They said the same thing when the indictment came down. And what happened after that? We passed City of Yes. Crime continues to decrease in the city. More jobs in the city's history continues to grow. We broke another record. It is functioning every day. We have a deep bench, and this is a city with a deep level of talent. And we're going to continue to do what we have to do. We have replacements for those 4 deputy mayors. In fact, many people reached out and said they want to be a part of the administration, and we will be announcing them in the next few days. We will continue to move forward like New Yorkers often do. That is the way we do in this city.
Are you having trouble finding quality people because of everything being in the air right now?
Just the opposite. I just shared with you. We have, for each person, the 4 DMs that we saw resign, we have at least 2 to 3 candidates that are looking forward to it. They're going through the vetting system. There's a system in the process when you bring people on. They're going through the vetting system, and we'll be announcing them in the next few days.
So former Deputy Randy Mastro, who was under, I believe, Giuliani, his name has been bandied about. Is he already being vetted right now?
Well, you know how we do. When it's time to make an announcement or appointment, we do so. We don't do it prematurely, and we'll be rolling out. And I'm excited about the vision that the new incoming deputy mayors are going to bring.
Congestion pricing, before you go, we have to talk about congestion pricing. Definitely less traffic in the city. But I'm hearing from business owners there's also less traffic in their stores and restaurants. What are you hearing, Mayor?
I think the data is still being processed. You know, the system is still on after the federal government made an announcement. So it's still being processed, and we make a determination is that if it's a W or L, or did we win, did we lose? Deputy Mayor Mir Joshi and her team is doing an analysis to come away with the exact data. We can turn that data over how it's impacting the economy and how it's impacting traffic as well.
And that's one of the deputy mayors who has announced that she's resigning as well, though. So how does that data affect, or her resignation affect your data processing?
Well, when you speak to all 4 of them, they were clear. These are excellent public servants. They were all clear. They want a smooth transition, and they would be here to ensure we have that smooth transition. They did not walk out the door. They want a smooth transition, and we're going to do that. We've lost DMs before. We lost senior leadership before, and the transition was smooth. I'd like to remind you, someone sent me an article in the Koch administration when he lost 5 senior leaders in one day. And so these transitions happen, but again, this is a resilient city, and we will continue to move forward. The success is in the numbers, and the numbers show how successful we have been.
All right, well, good luck tonight. You're facing off against the other people who want your job. Are you going to meditate?
I don't blame them. This is the greatest job. Being the mayor of the city of New York is the greatest job you could have.
What, are you going to meditate? How are you going to stay focused tonight? They're going to try to get under your skin, Mayor.
Listen, everybody tries to get under my skin. That's what's called mayor.
Well, we appreciate you taking the hits this morning and joining us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Take care.
New York City Mayor.
All right, that was a live interview there with New York City Mayor Eric Adams speaking one-on-one, or I guess two-on-one, with the folks over at Fox 5 New York as he spoke about a variety of issues. And we always appreciate our affiliates for providing those feeds to us here at LiveNOW from Fox. I do want to take you out to another live feed that we do have coming in. As we expect here in a matter of moments, you can see the podium is set up outside the White House. Now, we could be hearing from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. That could be happening in just a few minutes. All of this ahead of that first cabinet meeting for President Donald Trump. If we see Caroline Leavitt walk up to that microphone, we'll make sure to bring you those statements here in full on LiveNOW from Fox. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more coverage to get to here on LiveNOW in just a few. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 826 on the East Coast and 526 on the West Coast. I do want to go international right now as we continue to follow a developing story. Now, you can see this live image over Gaza. This is one that we've shown you a lot over the past couple years here. The Hamas terror group now claiming that it will return the bodies of 4 dead Israeli hostages tonight or possibly tomorrow in exchange for Israel's release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. Israel had delayed the release of about 600 Palestinian prisoners for the last several days in protest of the ways in which the hostages have been treated prior to being released. I do want to pop up just some of this video that we've seen over the past really several weeks here. These videos showing that the folks are paraded through the streets of Gaza to some fairly large crowds ahead of being transported back over to Israel and reunited with their families. Israel describing this as, quote unquote, cruel. All of this coming just days before the first phase of the fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is set to expire. The Hamas terror group saying that talks on the next phase of the deal cannot start until the Palestinians are freed. Now, it's also been a very emotional day, as I do want to show you this video from a short time ago as Israelis line the streets over the last several hours, paying their respects to the Bibas family killed in Hamas captivity. Shiri, Ariel, and Kafir, their bodies returned to Israel just days ago as family members were holding out hope that they may have survived. We heard an emotional speech from the children's father, who was held in captivity and recently released, during the service, and it's just been a very emotional situation. A lot to discuss, as always, here, so I do want to bring in Ruth Wasserman-Lande, a former member of the Israeli parliament and senior fellow at the Miskov Institute for Strategic Affairs. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, especially here on, as we mentioned, a very emotional day.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be on this platform. Thank you.
Of course. And I do want to start by talking about the announcement, so to speak, by the Hamas terror group, as they say they are going to release the bodies of those held hostage, a few of them, now for more than 500 days since the October 7th attack. What do you make of that?
Well, first of all, very clearly, this designated terrorist organization, Hamas, making profits off of dead bodies and kidnapped civilians is what it is. I mean, it's a human tragedy. It's not just a Jewish or an Israeli tragedy. It's something which is unthinkable to people who value life, who value freedom, who value equality, who value democracy. This is completely foreign to anybody who has, in fact, any values. And yes, Israel sanctifies life and sanctifies the very holy task of putting to rest even those who had been murdered by our enemies, putting them to rest in graves so that their families can pay their last respects. And therefore, it is paying a very high price of releasing not prisoners, but murderers who had performed terror attacks against civilians. These are not people who are held in some kind of a kidnapping spree by Israel. On the contrary, these are people who had performed heinous acts of terrorism, blown up buses or shopping centers, and had been imprisoned, some of them for life, some of them for more than one lifetime. And they are the ones that are to be released very, very close to Israel's borders, to Gaza, to Judea and Samaria, to East Jerusalem, and so on. It's absolutely surreal, this reality.
And I do want to talk to you a little bit more about what we were showing video-wise there. That was some of the ceremonies, so to speak. Israel very upset about those because you see those hostages as they're being released. They are paraded through Gaza. You can see large crowds that are there to watch them, including children. What message is the Hamas terror group trying to send there?
Again, we are seeing something which is almost inconceivable to a Western mind, and that is the indoctrination and the incitement by a very, very cruel terrorist organization to people in general, to the population. And this is a population that had been indoctrinated and incited for almost 20 years since the removal of the IDF from the Gaza Strip, the withdrawal, the actual unilateral withdrawal of the IDF from the Gaza Strip, the schools, the curricula, the educational system, the media, the messaging, the social media, everything speaks out indoctrination and incitement. And it comes to be that children, little children, are given arms and they are shown, what are they shown? They are shown dead, murdered Jewish babies paraded in coffins and released hostages, civilians that are being paraded in a theatrical, heinous theatrical manner in front of these civilians to teach them that what? Death is sanctified, that killing and murdering and carnaging and burning Jews and people who are not of their own is something sacred. This is almost incomprehensible to a Western mind, and it's not something that is only against Israel and the Jewish people. This is something that is against any non-believer. In the Hamas's eyes, Christians, Jews, and anybody who is not Muslim of their kind. And this is the dangerous issue.
And I want to pop up this video. We showed it a bit earlier. This is from moments ago, as you saw Israelis lining the streets there to honor the Bibas family who were killed in captivity. That includes Kafir, who is the youngest hostage held, I believe, taken at just 7 months old. My question for you, what does it say to you when you see everyone kind of coming together at this moment to mourn this family and show support?
You know, this is a very, very difficult day for Israelis and Jews, and I dare say for the entire humanity. We are talking about laying to rest babies who were kidnapped. Who ever heard of babies who were kidnapped? This is absolute insanity. There's no precedent of this thing in modern day international arena. And the people of Israel have been hurting for so long, since October 7th. But today is almost epitomizing this pain in a very tangible manner, trying to really unite, to stand together despite political differences, and to really try, even though it's almost humanly impossible, to embrace the father who was also kidnapped and held captive in chains, in tunnels, in Gaza by the Hamas, only to return and to learn that his wife, mother of his 2 babies, were killed. I cannot even begin to portray the pain of the Jewish people, of the Israelis, and of humanity that must scream out against this Machiavellian evil.
And I do want to ask you something else here. This is a bit more involved, but this is a developing story that we're actually covering really at this hour here, as a nurse over in Sydney, Australia, has been charged with making threats after she appeared in this online video here saying that she would not treat Israeli patients. The Associated Press reporting that Sarah Abu Lebde has been arrested weeks after the viral video was released. It was about 2 weeks ago. The 26-year-old, who is already fired from her job, charged with the federal offenses of threatening violence to a group, using a carriage service to threaten to kill, and using a carriage service to menace and harass. That is according to police. Now, she is out on bail, expected in a Sydney courtroom back on March 19th, and the charges carry a potential maximum penalty of 22 years in prison. She and a male nurse, who you see there on the left-hand side of your screen, were actually suspended from the hospital back on the 12th over an online exchange the night before with an Israeli influencer. She says she will not treat Israeli patients in the video, while the male nurse does suggest that he had killed Israelis. I did actually speak with that influencer, Max, who gave LiveNOW permission to air the conversation. It's about 2 minutes in length, so I do want to play it here right now.
I'm from Israel, from the Holy Land.
You know what? I'm going to be really honest with you.
All right.
I'm going to be really honest with you. You actually got a really, really beautiful eyes.
Thank you, man.
But I'm so upset that you're Israeli. Like, eventually you're going to get killed and you're going to go to Jahannam, inshallah. Like, these pretty eyes, they should stay in this world for longer.
Why do you think? Why do you think I'm going to get killed?
Because inshallah one day God will.
Maybe because I served in the IDF. That's why?
That's definitely the answer, correct?
That's the reason, because I served in the IDF. What's the problem with that? What's the issue with that?
You killed innocent people, that's
Killed?
why.
I was protecting my country.
So you kill innocent people to protect your country. What kind of soul do you have? You have no soul.
In a war, people die, as you know.
No.
They started the war.
Not 1200.
Who started?
57.
It's okay. Your time will come.
Who started? Who started this war?
I hope you guys.
Who elected Hamas? Who elected Hamas?
It's Palestine's country, not your country. You piece
How
of
are you? What's your name?
No, none of you.
We're talking politely here. We're talking politely here.
One day, your time will come and you will die the most horrible
You sprayed hate. We sprayed positivity. We spread protection. We spread peace.
Listen to me.
And you spread
when your
death.
time comes.
How are you doctors? Wait.
I want you to remember my face.
Okay,
so
okay.
You can understand
Gotcha.
You will
I have a
die the most
question though.
disgusting death.
All right, for sure. I have a question though. I have a question. Let's say an Israeli. God forbid.
I won't treat them. I'll kill them.
You'll kill them? So if an Israeli is in Australia and God forbid something happened to him, and he comes to your hospital,
I hope to God.
Would you kill him?
Okay, you have no idea how many Israeli Khara dog came to this hospital and I sent it to Jahannam.
For real?
All right, that was a video there provided by Max, who is the Israeli influencer. And you heard that conversation there. That was on kind of a random chat website where you go on there and you're kind of paired with people that you don't know and you have conversations. Max did record that and he posted it online, the video going viral. Again, we know that the female nurse has been charged. The male nurse apparently has not been spoken to by investigators just yet. It's possible there could be charges as well. That is according to authorities. So, Ruth, I want to get your take on the video and what message those charges against the female nurse do send.
First of all, I would like to salute the authorities that have charged the nurse and have taken this very seriously. And the reason is very simple. It starts with the Jews and the Israelis, but it never ends with the Jews or the Israelis. Crimes against humanity and not wanting to treat people when they're sick, even though you are nurses or doctors who are meant to treat everyone equally and to save lives, actually saying that you threaten the lives and you would take actions to do something to take away the lives of people, any people, including Muslims, including people who are not my people. There is no question about our doctors, Jewish doctors, Israeli doctors, taking care of anybody who needs help. In fact, there have been so many people from Gaza that have been brought to Israel for medical care, people who have been brought in from Lebanon, from Syria, the civil war. Even some of them were jihadis. And people in Israel and doctors treated them because this is the human way to treat people and to act. What we have heard is inhumane, and this is the product of, one, indoctrination and incitement, the politicization of radical Islam. It is being spread by actors like Qatar, like Turkey's Erdogan on the Sunni radical side, and by the Shiite-led axis headed by the Islamic Republic of Iran on the other side. All of them aim for one dramatic objective, and that is creating a worldwide caliphate based on Sharia. This is bombarded into the young people's minds. They are being absolutely incited, indoctrinated, taught to hate, not to love, not to treat equally, not to forward the values that normal people forward, because we live on the same globe. On the contrary, and that is the product thereof that we hear. It's not one incident. We hear this against Europeans when the demonstrations march there in Paris and in Germany, against the Germans, against the Parisians and the French, against the English people in the UK, not against Jews and Israelis only. We see this in American universities. The infiltration into American schools, buying of soccer fields and soccer groups, the buying of think tanks. This infiltration is very systematic. It's paid for, it's systematic over time in order to spray people's minds with these kinds of non-values. And this is the danger. That's why the actions of the authorities against these nurses are so important, because real normal society cannot accept something like this.
Ruth, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and help discuss all of this. Again, a lot of developing stories there, as always, coming in out of the Middle East. So thank you again for taking the time to join LiveNOW from Fox. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I do want to take you out to this live image that we do have as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is addressing a crowd of reporters and others right now. However, we've been kind of listening in, and it appears that all of this is in Ukrainian. I want to pop up the audio really quickly, but again, there does not appear to be any kind of English translation.
Є юристи, слава Богу, нехай вони працюють, і тобто вони будуть працювати, щоб.
All right, so again, still in Ukrainian. If there is any portion that is in English, we'll make sure to bring that to you right here, as we always do, on LiveNOW from Fox. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break at 8:48, or 8:44, I should say, on the East Coast and 5:44 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching LiveNOW from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 846 on the East Coast and 546 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Now, just moments ago, there was a very brief news conference that was held by Caroline Leavitt. She is the White House press secretary. All of this happening a short time before the first cabinet meeting of President Donald Trump during his second administration. This is the first official meeting. I do actually want to play for you right here those comments, only about 2 minutes in length. But again, this is Caroline Leavitt as she spoke to members of the media.
Good morning. Hey, Caroline. About Elon coming to the meeting today. Yeah. Why is he being invited to this cabinet meeting?
Well, Elon is working with the cabinet secretaries and their staff every single day to identify waste and fraud and abuse at these respective agencies. And, you know, you've seen many of these cabinet secretaries, all of the cabinet secretaries, take the advice and direction of DOGE. You saw Kelly Loeffler demanding that the SBA staff return to the office. Now, 80% of SBA staff are back in the office. That's a good thing for the American taxpayer. Look at what EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin did. He found $20 billion that was pushed out the door by the Biden administration in the last few weeks. $2 billion of that went to a group that Stacey Abrams apparently runs, and they only had $100 in the bank, and then they get a $2 billion check. Very interesting. So he's looking into that. So all of these cabinet secretaries are working alongside DOGE. They'll be providing updates on their efforts, and they'll also be providing updates on what they're doing at their agencies in terms of policy and implementing the promises that the president made on the campaign trail. Elena.
Elon Musk wrote yesterday, and Mike Lee said something similar. He said the only way to restore rule of the people in America is to impeach judges. No one is above the law, including judges. Mike Lee, obviously close to the president as well, said corrupt judges should be impeached. Do you know where does the president agree with that judges should be impeached?
I haven't asked him, but I certainly can. We do.
When exactly did Amy Gleason start her job as DOGE administrator?
So Amy Gleason has been the DOGE administrator for quite some time, I believe several weeks, maybe a month. I'm not actually sure of the specific timeline. She's a career official. She's doing her job as the administrator of this organization. I know everybody's very interested in her name and who she is and what she does. There's a lot of people who work for the federal government. They're just trying to do their jobs, and, you know, that's what she's doing.
DOGE staffers told us yesterday that they found out about her being the administrator yesterday. Why is that?
You have to ask them. They're clearly unaware. I don't know.
Did you
Rachel.
announce her position to the rest of the DOGE staff?
Everybody knew, and we said who she was to all of you because you are hounds in the media who are so obsessed with this for some reason. So in the effort of transparency, we told you who that person is. There are so many bigger things in the world than who the DOGE administrator is, but for some reason, everybody in the press corps is so obsessed with this that you were incessantly asking. So we thought, okay, we will be transparent. So now you know who it is. Any further questions? Rachel.
On Ukraine, has the president spoken to President Zelensky this week? Has he signed off on this final framework, and any further update on whether or not he's coming on Friday?
The critical minerals deal and the rare earth deal, as President Trump has said, is absolutely pivotal. We're very close to the finish line in getting that deal done, and the president said yesterday he'll welcome Zelensky to the White House to sign it or to visit if that's what Zelensky wants to do. I'll check in with NSC this morning to see where it stands, but that's where it stood when I spoke to them last night. Thanks, guys.
All right, so again, a very brief press conference there, so to speak, that was held by Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary. All of this happening ahead of that first cabinet meeting that should be taking place in the next couple hours here, as we do know that there's going to be sweeping government cost cuts on the table there and the president's plans to end the war in Ukraine. Both topics that Caroline Leavitt did discuss there. Doug Luzader picks up the story from there.
In an unusual move, the president's chief cost cutter, Elon Musk, will take part in this cabinet meeting today, and we may learn more about a critical deal that the U.S. may have reached with Ukraine. With the war in Ukraine now entering year 4, news that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky may be heading to Washington this week to ink a deal with the U.S.
I hear that he's coming on Friday. Certainly it's okay with me if he'd like to, and he would like to sign it together with me, and I understand that's a big deal.
I will let the president make that announcement
if and when.
The president's chief negotiator with Ukraine won't say much yet, but there are reports that the U.S. has reached a deal for mineral rights there, which Trump sees as a step toward ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. Democrats say the U.S. has turned its back on Ukraine.
This is likely just more of Donald Trump trying to make money for his billionaire friends, and Russia and Ukraine policies now just fit into that frame.
The chainsaw for bureaucracy.
And look for Elon Musk's federal budget chainsaw to play a role in today's cabinet meeting. Musk is not a cabinet secretary, but his elevated status as chief budget hawk means he too will be included. All of this just a day after the Republican-controlled House, with the narrowest of margins, passed a critical budget framework, setting the stage now for the president's expansive legislative agenda. And that budget plan calls for about $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, as well as some spending cuts to offset the cost. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much for that report. Of course, we're going to bring you any portions of the cabinet meeting that we are able to bring you. It's not clear if members of the media will specifically be allowed inside, but either way, we will have you covered here on Live Now from Fox. Now, as President Trump does hold that first cabinet meeting, which topic is most important to you? We do want to get your take on this. If you do want to cast your vote here, just scan that QR code on the top right-hand side of your screen, or do it the old school way. Just go to livenowfox.com/connect. As of right now, here are the results. Almost half of you at 46% say you want to know more about government spending. Up next, we do have the economy at 23%, and then illegal immigration, 18%, DOGE checks, 10%, and the war in Ukraine standing at 3%. Again, if you do want to cast your vote here, just scan that QR code on the top right-hand side of your screen, or go to livenowfox.com/connect. The question, President Trump holding that first cabinet meeting, what topic is most important to you? We are going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 8:53 on the East Coast and 5:53 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:56 on the East Coast and 5:56 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We do have a live event that is going to be starting fairly soon. I want to pop up this live image that is coming in from our Fox 5 New York team As you can see there, looks like they are outside of a building. They have not moved in just yet, but the Association for a Better New York is going to host a power breakfast with New York City Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch. She's going to discuss her recent appointment, top priorities, and how she plans to employ her experience as a dedicated public servant, they say, in leading the nation's largest police department. We will take you there once it does begin. In the meantime, do want to head out to another event here, as we actually heard from Sarah Huckabee Sanders here, the governor in Arkansas, speaking a little bit more about jobs and the economy. So I do want to pop up the audio and listen in.
In that meeting, the idea for the launch platform was born, and it was also where I first met Mike Rogers. And Mike does a really good job of blending in, and so as you can imagine, that day he blended in really well, but we walked out of that meeting and I said, I don't know what it's going to look like, but I want to build this platform and I want this guy to come and help us run it. And so here we are 3 years later and a lot of work, and I'm really excited about how it all started and where I think it's going to take our state. I want to thank the business leaders that are here in the room today, and I'll give a special thank you to Walmart, Google, and the team at Ripple, because without their support, this announcement would not be possible. They have done an incredible job helping us to build this platform. I also want to thank the Lean Mean team within state government that helped us get the project off the ground. Obviously, Mike Rogers, who's been instrumental in helping lead as the Chief Workforce Officer, Robert Magoo and Heather Sacco, who have helped do a lot of the heavy lifting and the many, many hours that went into what will make this ultimately a huge success. I also want to thank a lot of the members of my cabinet and staff who are here making up the front couple of rows. They're only here because they have to be and they want to get credit, but they have do such a great job on collaborating with one another and working together and truly as a team. And without all of the great work that each one of them are doing, we would not have the level of success that we have had over the last 2 years in Arkansas. And so I want to say thank you and recognize you for your great service to the state. Today we are here to announce Arkansas Launch. This is an all-in-one platform designed to help job seekers find potential employers, training and upskilling opportunities, education, and eventually putting them on a pathway to a great career. Think of it kind of like LinkedIn, except it's fully integrated into all the services the state offers for our citizens. If you're laid off and file for unemployment benefits, you'll go to Launch to find a new job. If you're a young person just starting out your career, you'll go to Launch and find training opportunities. And as I announced just 2 weeks ago, we're putting every state-funded college and university on one common application that will eventually be integrated into Launch. So you can see the schools that we have available in our state, plus the degrees those schools offer, and the scholarships that are available to help you pay your way to get there. Launch has already been integrated into our state's unemployment claim system for a few months, and the results have been incredible. More than 11,000 unique users have been on the site and clicked on nearly 35,000 job postings. Right now, there are 6,000 jobs posted on Launch from more than 600 different employers from around the state, with new postings getting added every single day. I'll tell you the story of one person who used Launch to find the next step in his career. Ken from Springdale is his family's sole breadwinner. His wife is disabled and his son is grown up and out of the house. Sadly, in late December of last year, Ken lost his job. He applied for unemployment benefits through the state of Arkansas and was connected with the Launch platform. He found a job that was similar to his old one, but with more client interaction and computer work. Within 2 days of submitting his job application, he had a phone interview. In a week, he had a job offer. And now, less than 2 months after being laid off, Ken is in a job he describes as exciting, that's expanding his horizons and letting him build up his base of knowledge. He says launch was super easy to use, simple, and just a few clicks. This is the exact type of story we want to see happen over and over and over again here in Arkansas. I speak with employers big and small from all across our state, and one of the biggest concerns is that they can't find enough workers to hire. We know our state's unemployment rate is low, but too many Arkansans are also sitting on the sidelines. We have one of the lowest labor force participation rates in the country, but we're going to change it. Launch is going to help us fix it and take Arkansans off the path of poverty and put them onto the path of prosperity. We are also announcing another new product from the state called CiviForm that, like Launch, will give Arkansans a one-stop shop for the services they need. Working with a pro bono team from Google, this lets you apply for multiple government services from one device all at one time. I want to thank the team from Google, plus the teams at Ripple and Walmart, whose generous support and expertise have made Launch possible. But I also don't want this to be the end. I want to wrap with a call to action. In this room are some of the biggest employers in Arkansas. Launch is here for you, but it won't reach its full potential unless you help us by putting job postings directly on the site. The state of Arkansas is leading by example and already posts all of our new jobs there, and I'm asking that you be part of this effort and join us. Together we can make our state the best place to find a job, start a business, and build a career anywhere in the entire country. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your hard work. Most importantly, thank you for helping us continue to grow Arkansas and making it the best state in the country to call home. And with that, I will turn it over to our Chief Workforce Officer, the man who blends better than anybody else. He's very quiet. We're hoping to get him out of his shell as well throughout this effort. But we are so unbelievably grateful for Mike's dedication and his leadership, not just to this project, but to making sure we have the workforce that our state needs and deserves. And so with that, I will turn it over to Mike Rogers. Thank you for being here today.
Arkansas is making a bold move and step in the right direction. I can't tell you how thrilled I am. Making faces I see across the room that have made this happen. The countless hours and the funny faces of imagining and dreaming, and today just propels us next level. The underpinning, the girders of validating people where they are and where they can imagine themselves in the future. So exciting to me. I think national precedents, opportunities, and it's only made possible because of the brain power, the horsepower, the bandwidth in the room, and what you've been able to contribute. It is so phenomenal to watch this continue to grow, to develop, and to begin more of the piece around it. I think through career changes from being an hourly maintenance guy to a teacher to out. And I can even imagine the plans God has for us. But we want to bring a system. Hide the noise. 6 clicks. Get people to a solution. I want to make sure that hard-working men and women in Arkansas are validated, that it's okay to have your name on your shirt, to wipe the sweat off your brow, to clean your fingernails, to operate in a way that we need hard workers in Arkansas to realize their potential. And from that, with the support, all the connections, and the way that it comes together, phenomenal to me of how we can make some career matches. Not matched off of knowledge, but matched off of someone's aptitude, someone's capability. Whenever they close their eyes and dream and imagine what their future, their new version of themselves. In today's technology, we have to imagine ourselves in 6 weeks being presented how they're exploring and watching and seeing those career pathways truly unique to us. So I get to travel the state. I get to see many of you in your place of employment, and I love this back corner of the future potential of Arkansas and what you can imagine, what you can do. You're already taking the right step to be in a facility like this that can help facilitate that. What amazing opportunities as we come together. By no means are we done today. We'll make an announcement that we need more support. The jobs posted on launch will also go to National Labor Exchange. If you already have your jobs posted in National Labor Exchange, they're on launch. You might not even know that yet. The resources of where I can go, where I can find it, where we can see it, how to guide people, how to direct somebody from where they are to where they want to get there, how they function those. And I'm really excited about the amount of time that you presented. And on a personal side, I worship Jesus that he gives us anointing and favor. This state is so rich in passion of developing people that I value, that I treasure, that drives me. And I want to call that out in people to be able to perform in the best capacity they've been made for. And I thank you for your attendance and your support today.
I want to start by thanking the governor and Mike and the whole workforce team. Today would not be possible without the collaboration of many people in this room and really thinking about how we can serve Arkansans. I'm Julie Gerke. I have the incredible privilege of serving as the president of the Walmart Foundation. But I'm also a native Arkansan. I grew up down the road in Arkadelphia. I live in Fayetteville now. So this is my home state. My job is really unique. I get to sit with one foot in the business, helping think about how the business makes change through how we hire, through how we train, through the job paths we are able to create in our workforce. And one foot with philanthropy, thinking about how we invest in building a skills-based system for everyone and really extending that impact into society. This initiative is important to us because we are unabashedly an Arkansas-based company. We started here. And while we're global, this is home. We've had a special relationship since Sam Walton started his first Ben Franklin store in Newport in 1945. Today we're a little bit bigger. We have 57,000 associates in Arkansas. So something like launch can make a huge difference to our business. It brings to our home state something we've been working on for close to a decade. We really believe that hiring based on skill and giving everyone a shot is the way of the future. When we invest in a skills-first economy and we recognize the skills people build on the job, the skills they come from with life, and the skills they learn in education and training, really we give them a shot at an amazing career pathway that makes our employment stronger, it helps business connect to new talent, and it really builds a stronger economy. Over the past 5 years, Walmart and the Walmart Foundation have invested nearly $160 million in building this kind of economy. We've been able to invest in places like Alabama and Indiana, and so we're incredibly excited to invest in our home state. Launch is one of the most comprehensive platforms we've seen. We believe it has tremendous impact potential. And teams have brought together both what's right for Arkansans and national leaders like Ripple and Credential Engine to really build something innovative. We are particularly excited because we think this has a huge potential to serve the 73% of Arkansans who don't have a college degree. Non-degree credentials, short-term training, they are a huge asset to employers. And they are a way we can build to new talent pipelines, connecting people who need those short that are demanding that skill and that relevancy.
All right, so there you have it. They do have Arkansas launching that new initiative with the help of Walmart, and they are hoping to help folks out there who are unemployed become employed. The time now 9:10 on the East Coast and 6:10 on the West Coast. We are going to head to our first 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we will head live out to New York City. That is where we are expecting to hear from Commissioner Jessica Tisch. She's going to be talking about what she hopes to accomplish in New York City as far as crime and other topics there. That's coming up here in just 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to listen in as we have NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch speaking about crime and other topics.
Giving me the opportunity to address the board, the staff, and the membership of ABNY here today. For more than 5 decades, the Association for a Better New York has improved all aspects of life in this city. In that time, you helped usher in one of the most dramatic urban revitalizations in history. And through it all, you've never lost sight of what underpinned New York City's renewal in the 1970s and what is still the foundation of everything else we hope to accomplish here, which is, of course, public safety. Business, education, housing, social services, cultural institutions, everything stands on a foundation of public safety. And that foundation is built by the women and men of the New York City Police Department. Their work is at the center of our city's future. In the first week of this year, I joined Mayor Adams at a press conference where we went over the crime data from 2024. In many respects, the news was good. Overall index crime was down, with more than 3,600 fewer incidents reported than the previous year. Murders were at a 5-year low. Both shooting incidents and shooting victims were down for the 3rd straight year citywide. And in Brooklyn, shootings were at their lowest level since CompStat began tracking them in the early 1990s. Major crime was down in our housing developments, and it was down in our transit system for the 2nd straight year. This was movement in the right direction, but we knew that we could and we must do more. There were still stubborn pockets of violence in the city, and there was a sense that people still didn't feel safe. So we wasted no time in building on and enhancing our efforts to further drive down crime. And that work is leading to a meaningful course correction. With just a few days left in the month, February will mark the 3rd straight month of double-digit declines in citywide index crime. After a 16% drop in December and a 17% drop in January. So far this year, overall major crime is down more than 15%, with significant reductions in 6 out of the 7 index categories. Crime is down across every city borough. It's down 12% in housing, and it's down 28% in our subways. Simply put, the crime reductions the women and men of the NYPD have delivered over the past quarter have been extraordinary. And if 2024 was a step in the right direction, then 2025 has so far been a leap forward. But why? How are we doing this? Well, it's not by accident or by circumstance or by doing more of the same. One way was to reimagine how the police department viewed and analyzed crime. And it went back to the greatest innovation in policing over the last century, CompStat. When CompStat was developed in the early 1990s, my mentor, Commissioner Bratton, was thinking about crime at the precinct level. But the average police precinct in New York City is quite large, and each one varies widely in size, in population, and land use. What was working in Midtown might not apply to Mott Haven. And 30 years ago, the data was less detailed and the process less defined. Now, though, with more powerful analytic tools and a capability for more sophisticated evaluation, we can be more precise than ever. And we can extend the transformation that CompStat began through the establishment of zones. The idea is to focus on much smaller geographical areas than precincts, specific street segments, portions of neighborhoods, even stretches of blocks that cross precinct borders. Wherever we see increases in crime, we analyze those spikes, and those areas become our zones. Hyper-local, concentrated regions where we can maximize the effectiveness and efficiency of our deployments. These deployments are flexible and can quickly adapt to shifting conditions through the use of our mobile field forces. The idea is quite literally to flood the zone. In a world with limited resources, you can't flood the zone across a 4-square-mile precinct, and you don't need to. But you can do that across 10 problematic blocks. Every day, we are deploying about 650 additional officers to dozens of zones around the city. These deployments are not about targeting individuals. They are about combating crime exactly where it's happening. This is a focused, location-based, scalpel approach to crime. and the early returns are extremely encouraging. Over the first 8 weeks of 2025, major crime in our zones is down more than 30% overall, including a 36% decline in our 125th Street zone in northern Manhattan, a 42% reduction in our downtown Flushing zone, and a 30% drop in crime in the White Plains Road zone in the Bronx. And in our Roosevelt Avenue zone, major crime is down 40% compared to last year. Complex analysis establishes the zones, and then, just like they did in 1993, we put the cops on the dots. It's a data-driven model based on straightforward logic. Uniformed police presence drives down crime and disorder. And it's working above and below ground. With 472 stations, 6,712 subway cars, and 665 miles of mainline track, the New York City transit system is the largest and most traveled in the Western world. Every day, millions of people rely on the subway to get them where they need to go. And we know that the system will always be a bellwether for public safety in our city. Riders must be safe, and they must feel safe too. That's why, among my first major initiatives as police commissioner, I announced a 3-part transit safety plan. And I have a few updates on that plan for you this morning. First, to reiterate, Part 1 began with optimizing our resources to ensure that our deployments were as effective and efficient as possible. As a result of our analysis, more than 200 transit officers are assigned to daily, dedicated subway patrols in the highest crime stations in the system. And within those stations, our officers are posted away from the entrances and mezzanines and onto the actual trains and platforms where 78% of transit crime actually occurs. Part 2 was the reassignment of hundreds of officers from desk jobs and administrative work to transit patrol, which enables us to put 2 uniformed officers on every overnight train in the city. These cops are highly visible and move from one car to the next, addressing conditions as they encounter them. And I want to mention Governor Hochul was instrumental in funding this segment of the plan. I am grateful for her partnership and her investments in transit safety. Part 3 is about the transit system's rules themselves, and it is a meaningful, systemic shift in how we approach policing in transit. Over the past 10 years, prohibitions against taking up multiple seats, laying outstretched, smoking, drinking alcohol have not been consistently enforced. This increased the perception of an unsafe system, and it needed to change. So we piloted that change in Transit District 20 in Queens. We've added Transit District 34 in Brooklyn, and if these pilots are successful, we're looking to expand this program in the coming months. Our cops will not simply walk by someone who is violating the law and disrupting other passengers. We will correct the condition. This is not a dragnet. This is not harassment. And this also isn't about one person taking up 2 seats on a half-empty train. This is about restoring a sense of safety and order to the system. It is also a response to New Yorkers telling us that unchecked disorder makes them feel less safe on the train. And the truth is, this approach also allows the NYPD to address the random acts of violence that we have seen in our subways. Since this refocused enforcement began, about 32% of the encounters have resulted in an arrest, mostly because of open, active warrants, meaning that these people who are violating transit rules were being sought for other crimes they'd committed in the past. Of those people arrested, 31% were convicted felons, and all combined, they had nearly 3,600 priors, which is an average of 20 prior arrests per person. Prime example, 3 weeks ago, 25-year-old Matthew Leon was stopped on a 7 train in Flushing for lying across several seats, a violation which in the past the NYPD would not have consistently enforced. It's a minor infraction, and officers were prepared to issue him a summons and eject him from the system. But they soon discovered that he was wanted for 2 previous subway attacks, where he randomly punched 2 women in the face on an R train in Manhattan. And as officers were processing those assault arrests, Leon was connected to the forcible touching and sex abuse of 3 young schoolgirls in Ridgewood, which happened the same day as he was stopped on the 7 train. So Leon, a known recidivist for assault and other sex crimes, was caught and jailed again. The early data is promising. So far this year, major crime in transit is down another 28% from 2024, and it's 46% below pre-pandemic levels. And with focused deployments and consistent enforcement, we expect these crime numbers to continue falling. I also want to add our streets and our subways are not homeless shelters or psychiatric hospitals. And while we have a moral duty to provide services, we cannot do this work alone. We require strong partners, and the NYPD stands with the mayor and the governor in their legislative efforts to proactively address severe mental illness. It's also time to take a fresh look at something that ABNY has championed from its beginning, improving the quality of life of every New Yorker. As you know, crime and violence are major parts of the public safety equation. But when residents, businesses, and tourists are plagued by issues like out-of-control scooters and e-bikes, aggressive panhandling, unruly street vending, public urination, open-air drug use, and more, it makes them feel unsafe, and it gives the impression of chaos and disorder. To address this, the NYPD is overhauling its approach to quality of life enforcement. And our plan, which will be finalized and implemented over the coming months, begins with the creation of the Quality of Life Division, headed by a new chief of citywide quality of life. Instead of various units scattered throughout the department, we will have dedicated precinct officers assigned to newly formed Q teams. These teams will have strong, centralized leadership and be specially trained to handle and resolve these issues. And we're also developing QStat, which will track quality of life complaints the same way that ComStat tracks crime complaints. Our QStat meetings will keep us accountable, more accurately measure our effectiveness, and recenter our approach to public safety. And I want to be very straightforward about this. Quality of life enforcement is based on community complaints. It's about listening to the people in our neighborhoods who are calling 311 and pleading for someone to come and help them. Over the past 6 years, those calls nearly doubled. From 2018 to 2024, complaints about illegal parking have gone up 202%. Noise complaints are up 119%. Calls about homeless encampments are up 557%. And complaints about panhandling have increased by 2,783%. New Yorkers are clearly demanding that something be done. And make no mistake, this is not about zero-tolerance policing, which can be dangerous. While correcting these conditions, officers will always have discretion, and discretion starts with engagement. In New York City, it is clear that we don't have a surging crime problem, but we do have a surging recidivism problem. Compared to 2018, 2024 saw an unacceptable rise in the number of individuals arrested 3 or more times for the same crime in the same year. The increase was 61% for burglary, 64% for shoplifting, 71% for grand larceny, 83% for robbery, and 119% for auto theft. And when we look at felony assault, an index crime that was up in 2024, the increase was a staggering 147%. So why is this happening? Among the reasons are changes to New York state laws enacted in 2020 that rendered our criminal justice system a high-speed revolving door, putting violent repeat offenders back on our streets over and over again. As the mayor and I have said, your cops are out there doing their jobs. And in 2024, they made the most felony arrests in 26 years. But before they can even finish that paperwork, their perp is back out on the street, immediately returned to the neighborhood and the people that they just victimized. It's demoralizing, it's unsustainable, and it defies common sense. And that's exactly the message that I carried to Albany this month, specifically as it relates to changes to the discovery law. Ultimately, we must put the focus back on crime victims. I've been working closely with the mayor on this, as well as the governor and our 5 DAs. And 2 weeks ago, I met with legislators in our state capital to send them a direct message. We must do better. It was a productive trip, And it appears that the message has finally made its way up the New York State Thruway into the halls of state government. And the drumbeat is breaking through. There is now acknowledgement of the recidivism and discovery problems we are facing in New York City, and that something has to give. The current discovery law has been manipulated by the defense bar to get cases dropped, and it is high time that we advocate for crime victims as hard as they advocate for criminal defendants. We have been very clear on the specific changes that need to be made to the discovery law, and we cannot applaud any changes that do not directly address the problem. This is not a time for half measures. And it's also important to know the changes that we've put forward in no way retreat from the underlying spirit of the criminal justice reforms of 2020, including the notion that those accused deserve to see all the available relevant evidence against them, and they shouldn't be surprised by anything at the 11th hour. But the 2020 reforms had unintended consequences that put the safety of New Yorkers at risk, and these unintended consequences have to be addressed. Changing the criminal justice laws alone, while necessary, is insufficient. Too often, our prosecutorial partners decline cases or effectively dismiss cases through adjournments and contemplation of dismissal or ACDs. I have met individually with many of our DAs on this issue, and those productive discussions will continue so that we can forge a safer path forward. There's always room for improvement. Our DAs are our most important partners, and our work together undoubtedly makes our city safer. But any blanket policy that makes the revolving door spin faster must be reevaluated. Here's an example. On February 20th, just 6 days ago, Tyreek Martin was arrested for horrifically assaulting and attempting to rape a woman on a subway train. Martin has an extensive history of unprovoked assaults, including of a mother who was pushing her 2-year-old child in a stroller, a school crossing guard, and a woman on a staircase in a subway station whom he punched in the face. Martin failed to appear in court for the punch and was wanted on an active warrant. When the NYPD found him on February 15th, he was arrested for violating the rules of the transit system and the misdemeanor of aggravated harassment. But then the district attorney's office declined to prosecute the case. In their words, in the interests of justice. The judge then vacated Martin's bench warrant for punching the woman in the face. And 4 days later, Martin assaulted and attempted to violently rape a woman on a subway train. What are we doing here? How is not prosecuting a violent repeat offender in the interests of justice? This just can't keep happening. Because here's another example. On the morning of February 18th, during the execution of a search warrant in Lower Manhattan, an ESU detective was shot in the shoulder. Fortunately, he is expected to make a full recovery, but it should never have happened in the first place, because the perp, a career criminal with multiple prior arrests for gun possession and narcotics, should not have been out on our streets. When he shot our officer, Edwin Rivera was out on parole for the 4th time. And when he was arrested last November, which could and should have easily led to the revocation of his parole, the DA's office effectively dismissed the case with an ACD, ensuring that there would be no review of his parole status and putting him right back into the community. And then 8 days ago, he shot a cop. We were lucky that morning, but we shouldn't have to be lucky because we shouldn't ever be put in a situation that is so easily prevented. Remember, these are 2 examples from just last week, but we've been seeing the effect of these policies for a while now. Toothpaste and laundry detergent locked up in cages on pharmacy shelves, mom and pop stores closing because they can't recover from shoplifting losses, people brazenly stealing from our retailers, really taking their time with it and calmly walking out of the store without a care in the world. All of this is at least in part due to the removal of serious consequences for certain misdemeanors. I am channeling the voice of virtually every NYPD cop and everyday New Yorkers when I say, enough is enough. Criminals in New York City Criminals in New York City, including violent repeat offenders, continue to be given every courtesy, and the people of this city suffer as a result. It's happening at the local level, too. Just 2 days ago, the New York City Council held a hearing to abolish the criminal group database, a critical investigative tool focused on violent gangs and crews. Just last month, we stood with the Queens DA and announced a takedown involving members of a street gang called Tren de Aragua. We seized 34 illegal guns in that operation and made multiple arrests. We took violent gang members off the street who had inflicted unspeakable pain, suffering, and fear in our community. And we closed that investigation in large part because of the criminal group database that the City Council seeks to remove. As the mayor has said, abolishing it would be quite obviously a huge mistake. We look forward to working with the Speaker on this and all other legislation that impacts our public safety. Think about it. When you see someone standing against the wall on a subway platform out of fear, it is partially due to the mental health crisis. But let's be honest about this. It is also the result of New York State laws, New York City laws, and internal prosecutorial policies that handcuff the police, that expose them to untenable risk, and that allow criminals to prey on victims again and again and again.
You're listening right there to NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch as she is addressing a crowd over at a breakfast in Albany talking about crime in New York City. Do want to head to a quick break now at 9:34 on the East Coast and 6:34 on the West Coast. On the other side, we're going to talk a little bit more about President Trump's first cabinet meeting, expected to start here in just about an hour and a half. We are hearing from several different White House officials outside of the White House prior to that meeting. A bit earlier on today, we heard from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, but again, other folks are walking up to the microphone. We'll bring you some of those comments here on the other side of this 2-minute break. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:37 on the East Coast and 6:37 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next 30 minutes or so to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We know coming up here in just about 90 minutes, it is expected to be the first cabinet meeting of President Donald Trump's second administration here. We did just hear moments ago from the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. We've also had other folks with the cabinet that are walking up to the microphone. So I want to pop up the audio here as we have another speaker just walking up a short time ago.
Let's do it.
Hey,
excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
That's sorry.
Just lay out succinctly what the plan actually is. I read the op-ed.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, thank you all so much. Really great to be here and to get to talk about this. Clearly, one of the key issues facing America today are the egg prices, and the president has made it one of his priorities from minute one that we bring those prices down for consumers while protecting America's farmers. And very quickly, you can see here this chart. The prices of eggs under Biden have just skyrocketed. Under Trump went down a little bit, Obama went up a little bit. So it's more than just the avian flu, but certainly that has been the driver. So just this morning, I'm going to hand this back off. So just this morning, we announced the plan to, first of all, attack the avian flu and how we pull it back out of our poultry producers, but secondly, how we bring the cost of eggs down. So that plan has 5 parts. The first part is a biosecurity part, and what that means is that how do we lock our poultry barns down? How do we ensure that our egg-laying chickens aren't getting this disease? Mostly, it comes from wild fowl that fly over or get into the barns. So USDA will be producing at no charge an audit to every single egg farmer in this country, and then we will help them secure their barns. Of 150 pilot projects on this exact project, only 1 has gotten the avian flu since the USDA came in and helped lock those barn down. So that's first. Secondly, we're going to work to move much more quickly on repopulating the 160 million birds that have been culled in just the last few months. So what do we need to do to get regulations out of the way to help indemnify these poultry producers to start repopulating much more quickly than we've been doing? Third is a deregulation effort. That is ensuring that the rules that have been layered on our producers, our egg producers over the last really 4 years, that we begin to peel those back. That will allow costs to come down. That's a little bit more long term, but really important. There are some rules in play that are costing the eggs to go up without the avian flu as part of it. The fourth is we're looking to import eggs in the short term. This is just on the cost piece. We're already in discussions. There's been, if you dig around, you'll kind of figure out which countries, but we're talking to 3 or 4 countries right now about getting between 70 and 100 million eggs into the country in the next month or 2, which of course will help with supply and demand. And then the final, more long term, is putting significant funds into vaccine and therapeutic research. Our egg layers and our broilers, our poultry industry does not use vaccinations right now. A lot of the industry believes on the egg laying side that we should, but it isn't a proven vaccine yet. And so I was hesitant in rolling anything out that would require more vaccinations without understanding first exactly would it solve the problem. Mexico vaccinates their egg layers and they still are hit with about 80% even vaccinated with this avian flu. So instead, we're going to put some significant funding into researching how we get to that point. And the way I would think about it is it's almost like the flu vaccine, right? Most people get it, but it only works 1 out of every 2 or 3 times. Before we start sticking our chickens, we need to ensure and putting that into the food supply that we know exactly what we're doing. So that's the 5-part plan.
And what's a realistic timeline for how long this plan will take to actually lower the price?
Well, we are seeing probably even a little bit more increase up until Easter, which is actually normal because so many eggs are used around Easter. We also have only been in 30 days. I've been in 13 days. It's going to take a little while to get through, I think, the next month or 2, but hopefully by summer.
So several months?
Yeah, several months, yes.
Which countries?
I don't want to say that just yet.
Can you say whether you'll have enough staff to do this? Obviously, the government is looking to shrink its staffing footprint. How are you balancing that? Is USDA exempt from that? You give a message to Mr. Musk on that?
Yes, so I obviously fully support DOGE. In fact, I turned in the 5 big things I've done this last week. Very proud of that. I'm proud of the employees at USDA. It's a great question. As we look to streamline and make more efficient the U.S. Department of Agriculture, will we have the resources needed to address the plan I just laid out? We are convinced that we will. As we realign and evaluate where USDA has been spending money, where our employees are spending their time. We've pulled out a lot of the DEI initiatives. We've stopped. We had almost 1,000 trainings we canceled on DEI on my first day on the job. We've got a lot of employees that now we will begin to recalibrate and redirect towards supporting our ag industries.
You don't think that's a headwind at all?
I do not, no.
Can you give us 1 or 2 examples of regulations that you want to roll back?
I think that we are looking at specific rules in terms of pricing and transparency, and not that we're not 100% for transparency, but all of that needs to be looked at. The big one, honestly, is Prop 12 in California that has caused a lot of prices to go up. The average dozen eggs in California is $9.58, but and it's $5 around the country, so it's almost twice as much. What Prop 12 did is it had certain regulations and requirements for parts of our livestock that really caused prices to go up. And it didn't just affect California, it affects the rest of the country because California imports and exports agriculture products.
I'm curious about the vaccine piece of this. I mean, do you have a timeline for that, or how you expect that would?
So there's a lot of work that has already been done. Clearly, I don't know the exact number. I have it in my head, but I don't want to say it in case it's wrong. But it's right around a dozen or more countries that currently use a vaccine. So it's not that it's a brand new idea. And there are a lot of people in the country. We got a lot of feedback from those who think that's the immediate solution and that we should be doing it. It has been tested around the world. When we really dug in talking to our CDC, our Center for Disease Control, our NIH, some of the key veterinarians around the country, next week I'm going to a facility in Athens, Georgia, with University of Georgia that goes into this specifically within livestock. As I do that, a lot of the feedback I got was, as I mentioned, that it could be a solution, but to push that out now and require it, we're just not ready. We don't have enough information, and we need to fully understand how it will affect the food supply. So those are all really, really important questions that I think have to be answered. So we've got $100 million of that $1 billion plan that will be focused specifically on vaccines, but not just on vaccines, on therapeutics. Is there a way to address the avian flu with therapeutics, not just vaccine?
Madam Secretary, we've got potential tariffs coming in over the course of the next month or two. In the past, retaliatory tariffs have often hit American agricultural producers, farmers. What is your message to both your cabinet colleagues, the president, as well as these other countries about how to balance that? I mean, are you worried that American farmers are going to get caught up in a trade war?
The American farmers and ranchers are very concerned about this. This was really the theme, the coming and current tariff negotiations that are happening. Throughout my hearing and preparing for my hearing, all my confirmation meetings, both Republicans and Democrats on the Ag Committee obviously all brought this up. I just finished speaking to all of our state ag commissioners, both Republican and Democrat, this morning with a lot of other friends of agriculture. But what I know is this: President Trump has a vision. His idea of using tariffs in his toolkit has proven very successful the first time. I have no doubt it will be successful again. My job is to defend the agriculture interests in those discussions. And the multiples of conversations I've had with President Trump about this, he has continually said, please assure our farmers and our ranchers that I have their backs. Please assure them that we understand where they are in the discussions, the negotiations, and economically the straits that are currently being faced, and that at the end of this, our farmers and our ranchers will be more prosperous and see more prosperity than ever before. Thank y'all so much. Really good to be with y'all. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
And that right there was Brooke Rollins, of course, speaking about health-related topics there and agriculture. We will likely hear a bit more from her later on today, as Trump's cabinet meeting will get underway in just about an hour and 15 minutes or so. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute break right now at 9:46 on the East Coast and 6:46 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 948 on the East Coast and 648 on the West Coast. Taking a live look here over the city of Chicago as we get to our next big story right here that we have been following. Take a look at this video on your screen. You may have seen it circulating all over social media as the near miss between a Southwest Airlines plane and a private jet at a Chicago airport was a failure of the private jet crew to listen to air traffic control instructions. That is according to the National Transportation Safety Board Chair Jennifer Homendy. Homendy making the statement just a short time ago with an appearance on Fox and Friends, saying the FlexJet crew had been instructed to, quote, line up and wait and hold short of runway 31C, which Southwest was landing on, and they failed to do so, end quote. Homendy noted, however, that the NTSB still has to conduct its investigation before coming to any final conclusions or taking any sort of action against FlexJet and their crew. Paris Schutz over at our Fox 32 Chicago team has much more on how the situation played out.
Video captures the plane about to land at 8:50 a.m. when the pilots see a private jet entering the runway. They reverse course and quickly lift off.
Southwest 2504 going around.
2504, roger that, climb maintain 3000.
Air traffic control instructs the plane to circle back around after coming within seconds of a potential collision. One passenger on board reached out to Fox 32 over X to describe what happened. Quote, as we're landing and we're past the border wall by Midway's runways, he says, everyone is getting ready for a standard landing. Then suddenly we hear the thrust of the engines and we're back in the air. Everyone was confused, but the pilot came on to say what happened. First-rate job of handling the situation by them. So much so, it felt like a non-event. The NTSB and FAA say they're investigating. In a statement, the FAA says, quote, the crew of Southwest Airlines Flight 2504 initiated a go-around when a business jet entered the runway without authorization at Chicago Midway Airport. A similar statement from Southwest, quote, Southwest Airlines Flight 2504 landed safely at Chicago Midway Airport on Tuesday morning after the crew performed a precautionary go-around to avoid a possible conflict with another aircraft that entered the runway. The crew followed safety procedures and the flight landed without incident. And new audio obtained by Fox 32 appears to show air traffic controllers telling the private plane, FlexJet Flight 560, to stop short of the runway.
FlexJet 560, hold right there, sir. Don't move. Hold position 560.
The near miss comes amid recent deadly incidents, including the collision of a plane and Black Hawk helicopter at Reagan National Airport, and amid DOGE cuts to the FAA. U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy has assured the public that cuts haven't impacted critical safety positions.
Tower Southwest 2504, how'd that happen?
Southwest 2504's pilot with a crucial question for air traffic control still unanswered. But the passenger tells us the flight crew deserves high marks for keeping everyone safe and settled. Quote, quick acting and calm under pressure, he said. Didn't signal any concern to passengers.
And that was Paris Schutz over at our Chicago affiliate. Of course, if we do get any sort of updates from the NTSB, we'll make sure to bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox as soon as we get them. Do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more live news to get to in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you out to a live event that we do have getting underway at this hour. Take a look. This is live over on Capitol Hill as we have the House Oversight Committee hearing. This is called Leading the Charge: Opportunities to Strengthen America's Energy Reliability. We are going to pop up the audio and listen in, and Christy Matino will actually be here in the hot seat on the other side with all of those top stories, breaking news, and live events.
Incentivize domestic manufacturing of all energy technologies and the domestic mining of minerals that go into these technologies. I think approving the Twin Metals mine in northeastern Minnesota would be a very important and effective, good first step. Also being open to new innovative technologies. One that I talk a lot about is the role of Bitcoin miners in stabilizing grids. There's a lot of opportunities and new innovations, and considering those would be very important. Again, I thank you for your attention to this important policy. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gunasekara. I now recognize Mr. Hergott for his opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Burleson and Ranking Member Frost. My name is Alex Hergott, and I'm president of the Permian Institute. Since 2021, TPI has operated as a nonpartisan, nonprofit trade association. Our members and partners constitute the largest developers in the United States, who all collectively support the common goal of accelerating infrastructure improvement across all sectors: conventional, renewable energy, transportation, water, pipelines, mining, manufacturing, ports, water, broadband. We believe the uncertainties of election cycles, divisive permitting policy battles, and the prioritization of infrastructure sectors and energy sources are largely unnecessary distractions. These distractions put hundreds of billions of dollars in current private sector investment at constant risks of lengthy delays and project abandonment, driving up energy and household good costs and ultimately weakening our global competitiveness. This situation is unsustainable for all Americans, regardless of political affiliation. There's hundreds of billions of private sector investment that remains on the sidelines, and mayors and governors who are committing billions of taxpayer revenue 20 years out in the future. The inconvenient truth is that for nearly a decade, Congress's legislative efforts to address this problem have fallen short. Opponents of more aggressive changes to permitting laws often fail to recognize that every project that disturbs the earth, impacts habitats, or alters landscapes creates unavoidable interactions with nature. It doesn't matter if it's offshore wind, transmission, wind, solar, hydrogen, it all falls under the same 60 environmental laws that we can't get out of our own way on. These interactions trigger hundreds of reviews and regulations governing infrastructure permits at the federal, state, and local levels. Over the last decade, Congress has reached consensus on various process reforms aimed at achieving greater coordination and efficiency, but has left untouched the statutory provisions, some over 100 years old. These temporary fixes fail to address the underlying issues. One of the major issues is transparency. In 2025, President Biden's Council of Environmental Quality released a report claiming it reduced the median time for agencies to complete environmental review statements from 3.1 to 2.4 years. The administration touted that this is a 23% improvement over Trump's first term. However, this is just not accurate. My members must have missed the memo on that, because the problem is getting worse, not better. Typically, TPI refrains from engaging in debates about the appropriate size and scope of federal infrastructure initiatives. However, given the trillions in unprecedented debt spending that have already been incurred, obligating future generations of American taxpayers to rebuild our infrastructure, only to rebuild it again with their own money 30, 40 years from now, not addressing permitting amounts to legislative malpractice. Our broken system allows agencies to sit on applications for years and decades in case with no certainty of eventual project approval or any response at all. TPI does not claim that federal agencies owe project developers a yes, but we owe them an answer in an appropriate amount of time. Once in the process, developers, even today, find themselves in the dark, uncertain of where their projects stand along the concurrent permitting pathways with various federal agencies. Over the past several years, some federal agencies have developed new informal and formal gardens, partly due to the requirements for 2-year average timelines. These policies front-load biological, cultural, and historical survey requirements before the formal review process begins, pushing the official starting point even further into the future. See my comments earlier about CEQ's manipulation of the statistical relevance of the data. Even with the recent federal funding, more than 95% of major U.S. investments in energy are entirely supported by the private sector. Infrastructure investors require predictability, yet they are often treated as adversaries in conflict with federal regulators rather than partners in rebuilding the nation. We can't get out of our own way. Without a systematic shift in how we address permitting in the United States, federal and state courts will increasingly take on the role of interpreting appropriate application of administrative and procedural rules and rendering science-based decisions on behalf of the agencies. This cannot be the way forward. Congress must address both permitting process reform and litigation reform. While necessary litigation reform is necessary, without the underlying permitting reform, we are only addressing the symptom and not the root cause. Despite a bipartisan desire to tackle these existential issues, pressure from vocal stakeholders on both sides and a political tendency to avoid risk perpetuates the status quo, leaving lawmakers searching for superficial fixes. With a load growth that for the last 20 years has been 1% year over year and is about to jump to 20%, there is going to be plenty of blame going around in the House and the Senate. Blame is going to metastasize, yet at the very core of it is the issue that we can fix now before the issue becomes untenable. Both Republicans and Democrats support large-scale energy projects, including transmission, wind, natural gas, solar, critical minerals, hydro, carbon capture, and hydrogen. Energy shortages, price instability, and supply constraints, and increased construction costs contribute to the human, environmental, and financial cost of these delays. With each passing month, the window for solutions continues to shrink, and the cost of living in America rises. Despite these challenges, I'm optimistic that we can make progress this year and in the years to come. There are glimmers of hope as the proverbial strange bedfellows find common cause. Before looking at the actions as President Trump and the executive orders as something that is to be scoffed at, we must look at the fact that we need to break down the system and change the paradigm and rebuild it in a rational way, in the way in which the real world actually works, not relying on laws that were written more than 100 years ago, many 30 years before the internet, to govern the way that we build infrastructure and put billions and billions into a system that doesn't serve American purposes. A project development cycle of 7 to 10 years is simply too long. By working together, we can advance permitting reforms to build a 21st century infrastructure that safeguards communities, protects the cultural resources, and creates jobs and brings prosperity to every corner of America. Thank you. I look forward to questions.
Thank you. I now recognize Dr. Cletus for her opening statement.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chairman Burleson, Ranking Member Frost, and members of the subcommittee for holding this hearing. My name is Rachel Cletus. I'm the Policy Director for the Climate and Energy Program at the Union of Concerned Scientists. We're a nonpartisan science advocacy organization. I want to leave you with 3 things today. One is that our transition of our electric system to one that's modernized, more flexible, with more renewables and storage is the best way to protect consumer costs as well as safeguard health, make sure that we're competitive on the global stage and that we're innovating as we go along. There are tremendous economic and health benefits from this transition. Number 2, doubling down on fossil fuels is harmful. It's taking us in exactly the wrong direction. And actually, there is ample evidence that natural gas price volatility is one of the factors driving increased electricity prices as well as reliability concerns in the power grid. And number 3, in 2025, we should not ask any American to choose between their health and prosperity. We can have both, and we should have both. And here's how we can do it. Ramping up renewable energy, energy efficiency, and storage, investing in a modernized, more resilient electric grid will help cut power bills, they'll boost business opportunities, and improve public health. Meanwhile, if we double down on fossil fuels, all we're doing is serving to promote the profits of fossil fuel companies at the expense of the American public. Renewable energy is now the dominant source of new power generation capacity because, frankly, in many parts of the country, it's the cheapest source, and we can bring it online quickly. Last year, renewables and battery storage accounted for 94% of all new large-scale capacity, with solar and battery storage leading the charge. In 2025 and 2026, solar generation we're going to get about 25% of our electricity generation from renewables, and solar generation is expected to jump 45% between 2024 and 2026. The Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act provide critical funding to accelerate this clean energy transition, and it's benefiting communities across the country in red states and blue states. It's helping expand access to clean, affordable energy, building domestic manufacturing and supply chains, creating good-paying jobs, and helping limit pollution from fossil fuels. In the last year, U.S. investments in clean technologies reached $272 billion. That's crucial to keeping our businesses competitive in a world where greener products are increasingly in demand. The current administration's actions to claw back or freeze this funding is frankly unfathomable. It is creating a disruption and market uncertainty for businesses that are trying to lean into opportunities right now. It's going to cede leadership on technology advancement. It's going to cut jobs, and ultimately it's going to harm electric reliability and increase energy costs. Trying to boost fossil fuels and turn back the clock, that's the exact opposite direction. We're a nation that embraces modernizing. We're a nation that embraces innovation. Let's embrace the future and not get stuck in the past. A rush to further expand LNG exports is only going to exacerbate price risk to consumers. Recent extreme weather events underscore that gas power plants face significant reliability concerns, with many catastrophic failures occurring during winter. Worsening heat waves, wildfires, drought are also putting pressure on the grid. And what we find is that hybrid systems that couple renewable energy with storage provide significant grid reliability services. For example, during the heat domes that we saw last year and the year before, in the Texas grid, it was solar plus storage that helped save the day. The power sector does need to plan for increased demand, but the way to do that is manage and plan that demand growth to align with expansion of clean energy. We already are at record fossil fuel highs, whether it comes to oil or LNG. There is no problem in terms of expansion of fossil fuels, unfortunately, even as the climate crisis worsens. What we need to do is unleash clean, renewable power, the transmission to go with it, and energy efficiency. The grid is desperately in need of upgrades and expansion. It's got a C- grade from the American Society of Civil Engineers. During extreme weather and climate events, we've seen power outages that affect millions, cost billions of dollars in damages. We do need to quickly expand investments in a resilient transmission system built for the future climate conditions that scientists are telling us are going to worsen. We can integrate higher levels of renewables, provide reliability benefits, reduce bills, reduce pollution. Modernizing the power sector also provides opportunities to clean up air, water, and soil pollution. That's a critical factor that communities around the country are depending on us for, especially communities that are overburdened by pollution today. We need to target investments in those communities so that they too can reap the benefits of a more affordable, cleaner, modern energy system. Burning fossil fuels is the primary driver of human-caused climate change, which is already exerting a fearsome toll around the country. We can sharply cut heat-trapping emissions while delivering billions of dollars in consumer energy savings and public health benefits. So modernizing and cleaning up the power sector is vital for the economy, for us to compete globally, and it's the best way to protect reliability in consumers' pocketbooks. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we were just listening in there on Capitol Hill as there's a number of meetings going on today. That one is called Leading the Charge, Opportunities to Strengthen America's Energy Reliability. And we will head back to that in just a short amount of time. But I do want to let you know about some of the other events that we're keeping an eye on here on Capitol Hill today. As I just said, there's a lot going on. So what we're going to be looking for here in a short moment is going to be the House Homeland Security Committee hearing of resolutions of inquiry, is what it's called, on cyber workforce hiring freeze, DOGE security lapses, and Trump's Homeland Security grant funding freeze. We're going to be hearing from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem as she will be speaking to the committee. And a little bit later today as well, speaking of DOGE, I'm going to give you this live look outside of the White House right now as we are also awaiting to see what we can get in terms of President Donald Trump's first cabinet meeting of his second term, and Elon Musk will be attending that. He is who President Trump put in charge of DOGE. And we did just hear a short time ago from the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, as she was speaking a little bit on what we can expect today. We also did hear from President Trump as he is posting on Truth Social, confirming that Elon Musk will be there. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. We're going to go away for our first 2-minute break of the hour as we continue to await all of these events starting in Washington, D.C. So don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it. And welcome back. Going to give you that shot outside the White House again today as we are awaiting to see what we can get in terms of listening into President Donald Trump's first cabinet meeting of his second term. And as I was saying before the break, Elon Musk, who President Trump tasked with downsizing the U.S. government, is going to be attending this cabinet meeting today as controversy continues around his plans to fire federal workers. I also mentioned before the break we did hear from President Trump on his social media platform, Truth Social, and I'm going to pull that up for you right now. And you can see the president saying, quote, "All cabinet members are extremely happy with Elon. The media will see that at the cabinet meeting this morning." So continuing to follow that out of Washington, D.C. today, and a lot of hearings going on in Washington, D.C. today. We were showing you here before the break. We were listening into this particular hearing as they're discussing strengthening America's energy reliability. We've been hearing from experts as well as scientists. I do want to turn up the sound here as we do await another hearing to begin shortly. Also was scheduled for the 10 o'clock hour. It seems though it is starting a little bit late, and that's going to be this hearing on DOGE security lapses. So when that does start, we will pivot.
Europe do it in half the time that we do it, without any compromises to environmental or social or cultural protections. We are in the modern age. We are relying on 50-year-old rules on how we build infrastructure, and if we continue on this pathway of not realizing that there is a balance between human activity and the natural environment. If you want a car, you're going to need a road. If you want to turn on your lights, you're going to need a transmission line. If you're not going to build the renewable energy, you need to rely on the other stuff. At some point, electricity is not a public good. At some point, it has to get built. And the government is not going to build it. The private sector is. We got to remove the hurdles. And we also need to look at opportunities to potentially outsource engineering and architects firms to address the significant the backload of projects that are moving through the system with a federal workforce that is not capable to deal with the complexity of the projects of today.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Frost for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hergott, how can home solar and home energy storage contribute to Americans' energy needs and grid resilience?
So it can play a role as an intermittent source to offset the cost of energy, or to provide, at some points, a payback of distributed generation back to the utilities. But on average, it is not going to make a dramatic difference. In particular, with the 20% load growth that we're going to see year over year, it almost becomes a least economical way to put the solar panels on a house with the transmission that would then have to reverse back into the utility. There's a far better way to address, if the goal is for zero carbon emission projects, there is a far more efficient way to do it. We have to stop pretending that these things that are of a smaller scale are somehow going to address a larger problem.
And how can energy resilience programs for single-family homes contribute to people keeping their lights on during extreme weather? This is, this is a big deal in the state of Florida as well, and part of the reason why it's a pretty bipartisan issue we've seen on home rooftop solar and people wanting to become energy independent within their own home.
So the cost of energy is oftentimes, and the cost of these 20 to 30% it takes to build a project is often passed down to the ratepayer. It becomes this intangible cost that is spread over many ratepayers, so we don't see that the kilowatt per hour goes up a half a cent a year or half a cent a month. Because we're not transparent about how that project actually gets from generation to the house, the cost increase is because, to give you an example, there were 5 to 6 large-scale renewable transmission lines that were almost permitted at the end of the Trump administration, and Colonel Hickory Creek, 10 West, and many others, that still took another 3 to 4 years. If we can't build the infrastructure, if we can't build the new KV lines to get from 115 to 230 to 530 that actually reduce cost and efficiencies, then what are we doing here?
Dr. Cletus, as the only economist among our witnesses today, how confident are you in Trump's promise to cut energy costs in half in the next 500 days?
If that promise is predicated on what we've seen in the last month, I fear not at all. That promise will not be met. And unfortunately, in the interim, many people around the country are going to suffer from higher energy costs, lost jobs. Businesses are suffering from uncertainty in the marketplace. This is actually really taking the economy in the wrong direction. So I hope there will be a reversal of some of those early day announcements.
Yeah, and I want to get an idea of how abandoning our clean energy future will actually mean higher bills for folks. I mean, number one, there's nothing worse for your bank account than completely losing your job. And a lot of these executive orders are aiming to abandon clean energy investments and projects. I actually, agree with what Mr. Hergott said as well in terms of if we've already made this investment to begin something, when we abandon it, I would say we're misusing a lot of taxpayer money, and we're not going the direction we need to go into. But abandoning these clean energy investment means that Americans are going to lose their jobs. And I've spoken with trades really around the country, but especially in my district, people who are at work right now because of these investments we've made. How could that harm America's clean energy leadership moving forward?
The reality is we are on the cusp of what could have been an incredible evolution, and we can still capture that bright future if we continue to make these investments. The Inflation Reduction Act has only been a couple of years into implementation, and already we've seen hundreds of thousands of jobs, so many manufacturing facilities in the Southeast, all around the country. That is an incredible opportunity for the communities that live there, and that's why there's bipartisan support. We've seen letters sent to the Speaker from the Republican side as well, saying, please don't stop these investments because they're helping drive jobs and innovation. When we look at the world of the future, it's moving towards a clean energy world. The U.S. should be at the forefront of that technological revolution. Let's not cut ourselves out.
What states would be mostly impacted?
Well, if we look at the states that are getting the investments right now, there are places like Alabama, there are places like Kentucky, there are places in the Southeast that are they're getting on a percentage basis a much greater amount of these investments. They've built battery plants, they've built EV manufacturing. So these clean energy jobs are everywhere in the country, but some parts of the country had been lagging, and they're now getting a chance to take advantage of this incredible opportunity.
Yeah, I appreciate bringing that up. I mean, and globally, in terms of being a global player, we get most of our energy from oil. And part of the purpose of moving towards this new green economy and clean energy, of course, is cutting emissions because of the climate crisis, but also having more diversity in our energy mix, which is important for resiliency as well, and lowering costs. So thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for 5 minutes.
In regard to the cost of renewables versus hydrocarbon resources, I just want to point out that The Economist magazine reported that between November 2022 and February 2023, they estimate there are 140,000 plus excess winter deaths because these people just couldn't afford to adequately heat their homes. And as Mr. Epstein pointed out, there are more people die from cold-related illnesses than from heat. So while there are people out there that are trying to save the planet with misguided energy policies that undermine our national security, China is working every day to dominate the planet. Mr. Epstein, can we compete with China in the development and utilization of artificial intelligence with renewable power only?
I mean, with renewable power only, we can't compete with Ghana.
Would you agree that we are in a technology arms race with China for dominance in AI and quantum computing?
Yeah, I mean, it's just so scary because, I was writing my book Fossil Future in like 2020, and this was just so clearly going to happen. So I had a section on AI, way back then. And it's just, this is clearly an existential thing. I'm going to use these technologies so much in my own work already, and they're just so driven by the ability to have on-demand, cheap power, to the point where Larry Fink, who is the leader of this disastrous net zero movement, has publicly said at the World Economic Forum that we need more natural gas and that solar and wind won't cut it. Even that guy is admitting this. So we need to wake up and live in reality, and it's a scary reality if we don't dramatically change our practices.
People should read the book Henry Kissinger and Eric Schmidt, and I forget the other guy's name, wrote Genesis, about the race for dominance in artificial intelligence. And the bottom line is that it is going to require enormous amounts of power. And while China is building some renewables, they're really focused on hydrocarbon, coal-based power generation. They're building it at an unprecedented pace. And they're also advancing in small modular nuclear, where we're not. And this is the existential threat to the United States. It's also a threat to our economy. Ms. Ganasekera, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would. And I would say one of the biggest issues with China's approach versus the U.S. is the coal plants that they're building aren't using pollution control equipment that our coal facilities have been using for decades. So while we stand by and sign pieces of paper with them, pretending like they're going to do something to lower their emissions, they continue on this trajectory, build these plants that actually ship particulate matter and things along those lines over to places like California that continue to struggle with meeting air quality standards from the early 2000s as a result.
Yeah, I worked for 2 international engineering companies. I worked for Combustion Engineering and their environmental systems, and we were leading in making major advances in air pollution control for coal-fired, for natural gas. But China is not the least bit confused about what the objective is. And it's, I think ensuring that we maximize our access to high energy density, and that's what we're talking about when we're talking about hydrocarbon and nuclear. Resources for power generation is not just an economic issue. It's a national security issue. And would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, so if you look at national security, what does national security depend on? It depends above all on having an extremely robust economy that can produce weapons when necessary, that can keep people alive when necessary. That's number one. Number two is it relies on mobility. World War I and World War II were non-coincidentally won by the side with the most oil. And perhaps number three is going to be intelligence or augmented intelligence. So all of these things totally depend on unleashing energy. And I believe in all forms of energy being free to compete. But the idea that we're going to restrict fossil fuels and subsidize things that can't compete on their own, and that's going to be anything but a disaster, has been proven false.
The world is waking up to this.
Yeah, and we just, everyone here needs to wake up to this today. Like the arguments I'm hearing, like I heard these in, 2013 when people were claiming Germany was going to be a success story.
Yeah.
I was right back then, but it's obvious now.
Well, I had a conversation with Eric Schmidt about his book, and he's gone the same direction that Mr. Fink went. He now says full speed ahead on hydrocarbon and nuclear. The bottom line is that our nation's economic and national security are inseparably linked and dependent on reliable, affordable, and sufficient power to meet our needs and to compete with China. I yield back.
I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we are just listening in there as the House committee is discussing America's energy reliability. And as I've been saying throughout the show here, we do have a lot of hearings that are going on today, and we are waiting on some of them to start so we can head over there. One of them we're keeping an eye on for you as I pull up an image here of Washington, D.C. is going to be this discussion on cyber workforce hiring freeze, DOGE security lapses, and President Trump's Homeland Security grant funding freeze. Keep an eye on that for you as we do head away for our second 2-minute break of the hour. When we come back, we actually do have some breaking news that's going to take us out to West Texas. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We actually do have some breaking news out of West Texas as we're learning that a person who was hospitalized with measles has died. And this is the first death since an outbreak that began about a month ago. Here are the details that we are learning right now. We still don't know the age of that patient who did die overnight. The measles outbreak in rural West Texas has grown to 124 cases across 9 counties. That's according to the state health department that they gave us those numbers yesterday. There are also 9 cases in eastern New Mexico. The outbreak is largely spreading in the Mennonite community in an area where small towns are separated by open land. However, this is being connected due to people traveling between those towns for work, church, grocery shopping, and other day-to-day errands. In neighboring eastern New Mexico, the measles case count stayed steady Tuesday at 9 as there is another outbreak going on there. State public health officials said last week there's still no evidence, however, New Mexico's outbreak is connected to the one in Texas. Measles is a highly contagious disease. It's a respiratory virus that can survive in the air for up to 2 hours. Now, according to the CDC, up to 9 out of 10 people who are susceptible will get the virus if exposed. Most kids will recover from the measles if they get it, but infection can lead to dangerous complications like pneumonia, blindness, brain swelling, and death. So the question now, what are local officials doing to stop the spread? Here's what we know about that. New Mexico health officials are hosting vaccination clinics today and tomorrow. Over in Texas, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control is providing technical assistance, laboratory support, and vaccines as needed. The agency told the Associated Press that as well, but the state health department is taking the lead in the outbreak investigation. Workers in the West Texas region are hosting regular vaccination clinics and screening efforts, but also said they're working with schools to educate people about the importance of vaccination and offering shots. Did want to bring you that breaking news here on Live Now from Fox, as we are learning, sadly, that there is a first death reported in West Texas as it relates to this measles outbreak. Well, I do want to take you back out now to another live event that we have been following here as we've been listening in to this hearing as we keep awaiting more hearings to begin. But this one in particular is discussing America's energy reliability. And I did want to sit on this just a little bit longer as we do await some of those other live events to start.
Asking for consideration for President Trump to reinstate them, especially our veterans. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter 2 things into the record. One is a Yale article and study that says how China became the world's leader on renewable energy. The other one is a New York Times article entitled Why Trump's Clean Energy Rollbacks Could Derail a Factory Boom.
Thank you. Both articles be submitted without objection. I now recognize the lady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Gunasakara, I just want to commend you so much. Thank you for giving such straightforward answers. I was not hearing of the outcries from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle when our Keystone XL pipeliners were laid off, when my district was regulated into poverty, when oil and gas was pushed out by overregulation and Green New Deal policies. I did not hear the outcry for veterans or service members who were discharged from the military because they refused to take a trial vaccine that was not that we didn't know the effects of.
All right, so we actually did just get word that this other hearing that we've been telling you about has begun. And again, this is going to be the House Homeland Security Committee on the resolutions of inquiry on cyber workforce hiring freeze, DOGE security lapses, and President Trump's Homeland Security grant funding freeze.
Briefly, thank you.
All right, so as we can see here, it does look like this has begun, but right now we can't hear any audio. So what I do want to do is go away for our third break of the hour. When we come back, we're going to head back to this event. If there's still no audio, we'll head back to the other House hearing that is live right now. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I did want to give you a live look outside at the White House as we're keeping an eye on President Donald Trump's first cabinet meeting in his second term. And Elon Musk, who President Trump tasked with downsizing the U.S. government, he's going to be in attendance today. Anything we get on that, if it's live or if we get some playback of some comments, we will bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to stay in Washington, D.C., however, though, because before the break, we were bringing you this live hearing. There wasn't any audio when we originally brought it to you. However, we are getting some now, and this is the House Homeland Security Committee as they're talking about DOGE security lapses, speaking of Elon Musk, and President Trump's Homeland Security grant funding freeze. We can expect to hear from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem as well. Let's turn up the sound and listen in.
Closely echoes our goal of training 10,000 cybersecurity professionals per year. I'm hoping that's a good sign. Addressing the nation's cyber workforce shortage has been a top priority for me since I assumed this gavel, and I know I'm not the only one passionate about this issue. It is a shared priority which enabled us to pass the Cyber Pivot Act out of committee unanimously last year with a vote of 27-0. Cybersecurity is often viewed as one of the bipartisan areas where Congress can get things done, and our committee is often complimented for the serious tone we bring to cyber discussions. Indeed, it isn't often that a witness endorses the bill of the opposing side in the middle of a hearing, something we saw just 2 weeks ago. Ranking Member Thompson, our level of bipartisanship on cybersecurity has always encouraged me, and I hope we preserve this bipartisan spirit as we mark up the Cyber Pivot Act again today. Given the bill flew through committee the last time, we reintroduced the same bill with 2 small clarifications about eligibility. Ranking Member Thompson, I truly appreciate your support and collaboration on this bill. As you said back in September, and I quote, "I'm glad to see his focus on this important issue before Congress. I appreciate the chairman's willingness to consider Democratic feedback on this bill, particularly with regard to making high-need critical infrastructure sections eligible for the program's internship program as it progresses through the legislative process," end quote. As we heard in our last full committee hearing, rural areas are some of the most affected. They struggle to attract and retain cybersecurity talent and often do not have the resources to ensure the implementation of basic cybersecurity practices. Expanding internship opportunities in rural areas and for high-risk critical infrastructure sectors was therefore an important inclusion that will make our workforce more prepared and our nation safer. Students will provide huge value add to these communities while getting hands-on experience that they can carry into their careers. And I also want to thank Mr. Swalwell for his support of the bill last Congress and the many discussions he and I have had on this subject. Specifically, I appreciate his recognition that we must offer alternative pathways to four-year degrees for our cyber professionals. As he said, Mr. Chairman, I quote, Mr. Chairman, I support this in your efforts to try and increase the talent that we can put into the workforce, and also recognizing that not all cyber professionals have to have a costly college degree, that there are a number of jobs in cyber that do not require a four-year degree. We need them to simply have the technical skills and the experience to defend against 21st century threats, end quote. The Cyber Pivot Act ensures students receive hands-on experience through skill-based exercises right in their own communities. Pivot scholarships utilize community colleges, technical schools, and other educational institutions that offer pathways for students to pivot to cyber quickly and get them ready to work. By working with partners across all levels of government and the private sector, program participants should leave with the skills they need to identify and defend us against the 21st century threats that concern all of us. I'm proud of how this bill has taken shape, thanks in part to your feedback, and I'm proud of all the people, all the support that we have gathered in the process. In addition to the tens of organizations that supported Cyber Pivot during our reintroduction, we have 14 additional organizations that have endorsed the bill. I'd like to submit statements for the record from Tenable, Plymouth State University, Tenny Mountain, Certify D, 50H Consulting, Mace, and 6P, in addition to thanking Google, Fortinet, Vanderbilt University, the National Cybersecurity Alliance, NTCA, the Rural Broadband Association, Knowledge Management, Inc., KMI, and SAFE Security for their support. Without objection, so ordered. I would also like to thank my co-sponsors, Representatives Guest, Garbarino, Jimenez, Higgins, Strong, Biggs, Evans, Gonzalez, Molinar, Rogers, and Ezell, as well as Senators Rounds and Peters, for introducing a bipartisan companion legislation in the Senate. As our nation faces increased threats to its networks and critical infrastructure from cybersecurity threats, there could not be a more urgent time to build a pipeline of professionals. We're moving fast on this legislation because there is simply no time to waste. I look forward to working with all of my Homeland colleagues to reduce the cyber workforce gap, and I hope you will vote yes for the Cyber Pivot Act and favorably refer it out of committee. Does anyone wish to speak on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking members recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When the Cyber Pivot Act was marked up in September, committee Democrats voted to favorably report it to the full House. But as you say, 5 months makes a significant difference in terms of how government is operating. We did so because we agree that our nation must strengthen the cyber workforce if we are to combat the threats posed by our adversaries. In particular, we must encourage service in the federal government, which needs talented employees to carry out its critical cyber mission. Unfortunately, in the last 37 days, we have witnessed an unprecedented assault on the federal workforce that renders this bill entirely unworkable. As OMB Director Russell Vought has made clear, the administration's goal is to put the civil service in trauma. Under orders from President Trump and Musk, there's a hiring freeze in place. Employees have been pressured to resign, and mass layoffs have impacted numerous agencies. Just this weekend, Federal employees were threatened with being fired if they did not respond to an email from a potentially unsecured OPM email address. The goal of these efforts have just been to bully federal workers out of their jobs. Despite lip service to national security exemptions, these policies have impacted cybersecurity workers as much as anyone else, making us more vulnerable to cyber attacks from China and other adversaries. For example, CISAs terminated an individual with 15 years of federal experience who was managing the Cyber Sentry program, a congressionally mandated initiative that detects threats to critical infrastructure like water systems and the electric grid that Americans rely on every day. The department also fired a woman who left a job as a contractor to work on the Cyber Safety Review Board, which, until the Trump administration disbanded it, was investigating Salt Typhoon. Veterans in particular have borne the brunt of the Trump-Musk firing spree, including one veteran who had worked at DOD and CISA, had a master's degree, multiple professional certifications, and a lifetime commitment to public service. And it isn't just DHS and CISA hemorrhaging cyber talent. Agencies from across the federal government are terminating good-performing cyber talent, including at the Department of Education, the General Services Administration, and the Veterans Affairs. Many of these civil servants were fired with a day's notice, no service and no good reason. Under these circumstances, who would choose to participate in this kind of scholarship for service program? I cannot ask people to make a 2-year commitment to government service when the federal government is under a hiring freeze and when a participant would be arbitrarily fired by a 19-year-old Musk protege. Even if we were to enact this bill, there's no guarantee CISA would implement it. The administration is currently refusing to implement existing pipeline programs, including the Intelligence and Cybersecurity Diversity Fellowship at DHS. Why would we create new scholarships when the administration will not even carry out existing ones? Additionally, this bill asks CISA to take on the significant undertaking of implementing this new, potentially expensive program. Who at CISA is going to run this program, and with what money? In the last couple of weeks, scores of CISA employees have been laid off or placed on administrative leave. We don't know the total number. We don't know all the roles that have been cut. We don't know when the layoffs will stop. But we do know these cuts will harm CISA's ability to carry out its responsibilities. We in Congress are very good at writing down our ideas. Sometimes we can even get those ideas enacted into law. But let me remind my Republican colleagues, it's the dedicated civil servants under attack today who turn our ideals into actual programs. If they are gone, bills like this one are just words on a page. When Secretary Noem promising a smaller CISA with layoffs ongoing, I do not see how CISA can implement this program while maintaining their existing services. Considering the chairman voted to cut CISA's budget by 25%, it does not appear that Republicans are interested in providing CISA with the necessary funding either. And the House just passed a budget resolution that will ultimately eviscerate state budgets. So it's not clear to me how any state government will come up with the money to hire any Pivot Act participant. There will come a time when we need to undo the damage of the Trump-Musk administration is currently inflicting on the federal cyber workforce. Perhaps a program like this will be part of that solution, though much more likely will be needed in that trust between the federal government and its employees is severely broken. But today, our focus must be on stopping the bleeding, not passing an unfunded mandate on CISA that may very well be nothing but a false promise to potential students. If my Republican colleagues are so concerned about the cyber workforce, they should speak out against the current attack on existing workers and against cuts. For these reasons, I oppose the Cyber Pivot Act and encourage my colleagues to vote no. And I yield back.
Mr. Jimenez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of Chairman Green's H.R. 1000, the Cyber Pivot Act. At a time when cyber attacks from nation-state actors are growing in both frequency and severity, we cannot neglect the importance of securing cyberspace and enhancing our cyber workforce. As this committee knows, our country currently faces a shortage of nearly 500,000 skilled cyber professionals. We must not continue to be outnumbered by our adversaries in such a critical domain. The shortage of skilled cyber professionals is felt in every city, county, and state across America. We know that critical infrastructure in the United States is currently compromised by communist Chinese components. We must ensure we have enough cyber professionals to curb the increasing threats to our infrastructure and networks. Passing the Cyber Pivot Act is a good step forward in closing the national cyber workforce gap. This piece of legislation will provide new opportunities to entry-level cyber talent across our nation by expanding access to two-year programs, primarily at community colleges and technical schools. Last Congress, I was pleased that this bill passed through committee in a bipartisan manner. I'm glad that we are reconsidering this legislation. I encourage all members of the committee to support